5030. There we are. Hey, folks. We are streaming. We are live. And we are not going to be on for 24 hours. I promise you that. We're going to be here till about 4:30 maybe today. I got big plans. Big day tonight. Side A. All right, so if you're just joining us, we're here grading vinyl records at bolttracksrecords.com here in Clearwater, Florida. My name is Bill. Randy's here today for a little while. He's got a gig this afternoon. But anyhow, we're grading the vinyl records. We've already identified by catalog number and the label that this is the exact copy of this Westminster Records release we have. Released in 1950. And here's another interesting stat, that this record has never been sold on either our website or discogs.com, which is the Universal Vinyl Records Wikipedia. But anyhow, again, this was put out in 1950. This is 73 years old. And it is an amazing shape. Again, we've identified it already, so let's go ahead and put it up for sale. Again, not been ever sold anywhere. And there's like one copy showing somewhere in the world. So we're going to be adding the second. In that case, we need to make sure everything is exactly perfect. And generally, that's our rule of thumb. But I see a small scratch here, a little bit here. This side looks near mint. Again, 73 years old. Even the label is still bright. No fade to the color at all. So again, we're going to give it a VG plus grade for the vinyl. We'll put a grade on the cover too, though the overall condition of this cover has no bearing at all on the value of the whole package. But this is 73 years old. And it is an amazing shape. I mean, it's got slight edge wear, slight corner wear. I can't say enough about it. It's 73 years old. So I'm going to give it a VG plus grade, absolutely. And we'll notate just slight edge and corner wear. It's 73 years old, for heaven's sakes. And it's going to be a good addition to the inventory here at Bold Tracks Records. If this is something you're into, I would highly recommend it. Again, 73 years old. All right, we crunched the numbers. We're ready to put it up. Give it about 5 minutes. You can find it there at our website. Over my right shoulder here, bolttracksrecords.com. Here's a box set, and it's that guy, that Merle Stanton guy. If you've been with us here the last couple of days, sometimes we find his records and sometimes we don't. Let's see how this one works out. This is the first box set that I've seen from Merle. Something to check out. Usually they come with these booklets with lyrics and pictures. This one actually shows you how to dance. It's got some sheet music in there if you want to learn how to play a certain riff. But again, this thing is old, and it's still a wonderful shape. But that's just the insert there. Let's worry about the vinyl. Let me first see if we can actually find this in the directory at discogs.com. Going to use it clearly seen, clearly visible. Catalog number 13808. And we got nothing. Singing, games, and dances. What? All right, so Merle's not cooperating. Tell you what, there is a catalog number that shows P4, and this is a 4-disc set, so this might be a better identifier. 13804. No, not even close. All right, so we're just going to have to work with the title, Singing, Games, and Dances. Okay, that is not a label. Maybe it is. No, that's a Columbia Special Products. I need the box set. Music 1, 2, 3. I put Merle's name in there next to the title, and I'm getting nothing. So stand by. I certainly hope that this is a match. So, okay, it is. All right, so let's go with the title here. When all else fails, and everything else is failing. All right, music 1, 2, 3. It's not a record label. It's not a Len Berry song. I'm a little confused here. This is not cooperating with me today. I guess it's not supposed to. That adds to our lore, I think. Again, this is not something I'm going to spend all day with, so we'll come back to that at a later date, but not today. Counting and actions on the, I don't get it. So again, I'm not going to stress. I got high blood pressure as it is, and I'm sore today. I worked more muscles in my body yesterday in the back here than I have since I was 18 years old. I didn't die, and I am here today, but I'm hurting.
You remember 18?
I remember 18. I remember the pain, the work I used to do when I was 18. All right, so we're just going to set this aside for right now. Actually, when I was 18 years old, I was, let's see, my summer between my junior and senior year, and then whenever I did graduate the first summer, I worked for a moving company called Parks United in Cranberry, Pennsylvania. And it was cool because we were outside. We were lifting all day. We like to work out, and we were getting paid for it. But through working for the moving company, I met people in the record business, and I ended up getting into the business that way. But I'm hurting today. That's the point. All right, so onward to our next project. 4233. Going to start with a simple catalog number, as we usually do. KT. Cool. Again, we didn't find anything with just a catalog number. Once I put in the artist's first name, Gaty, we found the exact version of what we're looking for. Maybe not exact. We got to do a few other things first. We need to make sure we have a blue Columbia Masterworks original label, which is what that is. Sometimes the Masterworks would be across the top and around the ring. So this indicates to me that this is an original pressing. We need to next make sure the numbers in the runout match. XLP 1490. We got a match. So again, we make sure that we properly, accurately identify which copy, version, and pressings that we do have. It's either that or lose our jobs, right? All right, time to grade the vinyl. Again, this is a record. This was put in 1949, for heaven's sakes. And look at this. Wow. I mean, it is one scratch away from being a near mint record. And again, it was released in 1949, for heaven's sakes. This thing's been through 6 wars. And it's still in great, great shape. I'm going to give it a VG+. Again, it's that close to being near mint, though. And it was released in 1949. Did I mention that? That's like 80 years old, for heaven's sakes. 84 years old. Cover's also in great shape. I mean, again, over the years, you think something would split here on a seam or some top edge wear, but nothing. I mean, the color still sticks out. 70 years old. I hope I'm in this good a shape when I'm 70. But anyhow, and some slight fading on the back. That's natural over these years, but no damage. I'm just looking at the camera like you are. So anyhow, I'm going to give this a VG plus grade. I like the condition of this. Again, it's 70 years old. Can't say enough about it. Now, the interesting part of this is it's 70 years old. This record probably cost, what, in 1949, this record would have cost, what, Randy, 50 cents, 75 cents, maybe? But over time, it's only increased in value. This thing now has a value of $16.99. It's gone up 17 times its original price. May not be one of your favorite albums. It's certainly not one of mine, but I would add it to my collection just for the investment purpose. you know it's going to increase in price, just sitting there. So if that's your thing, man, join us. Grab it right now. It's up there on the website at bulltracksrecords.com. And I guarantee you this is an original Westminster pressing. We got a bunch of them here. Again, solid quality vinyl. And again, this is probably another 70-year-old record, and we're going to find out it's worth way more than what it used to be. 5095 Mozart. We've heard of him. So we're looking for concerto for two pianos in E-flat major, which is where all concerto pianos solos should be, right? All right, so we want a U.S. pressing. We're looking for a mono version, identified by the prefix on the catalog number, WL. And the Westminster releases with the WL all were mono versions. And nowhere on there does it indicate that it's stereo. It says long play micro groove on the bottom, which is a fancy way of saying mono. All right, so we've got, it's a U.S. pressing. I'm going to make sure that the labels match up. We're looking for the green label. Boom, we got that covered. Bingo. All right, we're ready to put this up for sale. Again, this record is 74 years old, and it looks brand new. I mean, that's the beauty of vinyl. I mean, if you had a piece of paper that was 70 years old, it would discolor itself. It would start crinkle, falling apart. Vinyl doesn't do that. I mean, this is forever. It's like a parrot. It's never going to die. But we need to grade it. I'm going to give it a VG+. I should give it a near mint just for surviving 70 years, for heaven's sakes, but not going to go there. Back into the pristine cover. Again, this is 73 years old. The edges are perfect. The corner, a little slight wear, but look at this. These edges are amazing. Obviously, no splits in the seams anywhere. Slight discoloration, fading of the white on the back. That's okay. It's 70 years old. It's allowed to do that. But I got to give this a VG+ grade as well. That's just phenomenal. Again, it's 70 years old. That just really boggles my mind. Anyhow, let's move on. We're going to crunch the numbers. We'll get this up on the website over my right shoulder. Give it about 5 minutes, and we'll meet you there. If you if you see have any questions, let me open up the chat room again. I forgot about that. Got any questions? The chat room is open. If you have any questions about your records, we can assist with that as well. And if you aren't able to use the chat, I don't know how to use it. You can always send us an email, boldtracksrecords, that's with an X, at gmail.com. And our director of operations, Fred, will get right back to you. All right, let me go ahead. This again is another Westminster release with a WL prefix, meaning again mono. 5317. I type with one finger, sometimes two. But you caught me in a moment there. All right, so we're looking for Fantasy in C minor now. Here we go. All right, we got 1, 2, 3. Actually, there are 4 different releases of this record, but the other 3 that I see are all re-releases, repressing. So we're going to go again with the mono version and make sure the label matches up. That's going to be a no-brainer pretty much. Again, there's only that one pressing of the mono version of this. So it's really going to be hard to not get this one right. But if anybody can screw it up, it's me. But anyhow, no, it matches up. We're good to go. I mean, here's a record that a copy of this was sold as recently as 3 weeks ago. So there's still a demand for it, and we're going to add to it with another near pristine copy. Wow. All right, yeah, we are on the degrading part, aren't we? Definitely need to wipe this down. Small scratches, very small. two of them over there across track one. But unbelievable. This thing is 70 years old. And I almost want to give it a near mint, but I can't. There's a small scratch there, and then there's two over here we saw. Well, I saw. You can't see it, but I can look at it. It's 70 years old. It looks brand new, doesn't it? That's how all records should be cared for. So anyhow, VG plus the grade for the vinyl. All right, and once we put that condition in, that pretty much determines the value of it. We're going to grade the cover, made some comments on it, but it's not going to affect the overall value of the record. Look at this; it's 70 years old. That top could not be, that edge could not be any smoother. Corners are great. Well, this one maybe not so much, and there's some slight stains here on the back. It's 70 years old. I need to get off that, man. I'm just amazed by old things, and especially when they're in good shape and good condition. It's 70 years old. Love it. All right, so let's go ahead and add my name tag to it. We'll crunch some numbers. That's a heck of a value, $7.65 for a record that costs 50 cents probably in 1954. Let me put an inventory sticker on that real quick. We're getting close to filling up another bin here. We're going to have to swap them out. 2868. And I only lifted about 2,000 of these things yesterday. So what's one more, right? There we go. Hey, if that's your thing, make sure you get on the website there. It'll be there in about 5 minutes, bulltracksrecords.com. All right, we've hit the end here of this bin. Give me a second. We got to swap out bins, and then we'll be right back. Crowded. If you're still watching this, I'm going to slide this through, give you an idea of how we're loading these things in. Again, there's no alphabetical order, no chronological. It's all done strictly by our numericals inventory stickers that we keep sticking on there. There's a few. You can get about 130 records in each one of these bins, which means I'm getting ready to lift 65 pounds again.
All right.
Huh?
Need help?
I may. We'll go back there. Actually, I'm going to take this later. Don't worry about it.
Let's see what you guys did back here.
All right. Folks, we'll be right back. Put it in an empty bin real quick. We'll let Grinch Dude entertain the masses. That than the music. Apparently, I walked too far away. I am a wandering fool. So, okay, cool. Hi, people up there. I can't see everybody's names, but appreciate you joining us on TikTok here today. Put Mr. Grinch back over here. We need to find a new bobblehead for next week. Anyhow, welcome back again to Bolt Tracks Records here in Clearwater, Florida. My name is Bill, Recreation Director here in the Fun and Games Department. And we're grading vinyl records, and we're going through a batch right here. Everything in here has been 65 or 70 years old so far. And I look further down the stack that I got here. We're going to have a couple more. It's just amazing the beauty and conditions of these things, given the age. You know, when you're 70 years old, you're expected to have a wrinkle or two.
Us.
Huh?
That's what they say about us.
That's it. You know, when you're 65 or 70, there should be some wrinkles somewhere, but there's nothing here. All right, so we start here by adding the catalog number into the search engine here at discogs.com. I think we've had a copy of this earlier here today. But it's Piano Concerto number 27. Of course, everybody remembers number 27. I mean, of all of it, 27 was probably the big one. I'm making that up. I really am. But we want a U.S. pressing because there's no identifier here otherwise to tell us made in the USA. Well, that tells us everything. The only thing I see we're going to have an issue with is finding a correct label color. I'm looking at a green label cover. This one, that's not green. Ooh, sorry. See, this record has survived 70 years, and then it gets into my hands, and it gets trashed in a minute. So anyhow, let me pull up again to make sure we've got how many different pressings. There's only 4 different American pressings. 2 of them show to be reissues. I'm pretty sure this is not a reissue, just based on the label and its layout. Not that I know everything, but I was right about that. Okay, I do know everything. So anyhow, we've identified it by the color layout of the label. There is no runout numbers to compare to. That's the etchings or the stamp that you see in the dead wax area. Nothing here to help us match it up. But we're pretty darn sure, 99% sure this is exactly what we have here. Time to grade the vinyl. Now, again, this is 70 years old. I just see 1 or 2 scratches, small scratches on either side. It's 70 years old. This thing should be littered, covered with scratches. But again, well cared for. So we're going to give it a VG plus grade. That's 1 grade below near mint, which means there'd be no signs of wear at all. But again, a couple scratches. Nothing that's going to affect the playing surface by any means. This will be an enjoyable experience. Again, 70 years old. Look at this. The edges are perfect, just perfect. Usually there'd be a lot of right edge wear because people sticking their finger in there, getting the records out. Not in this case. Let me get that out of the way. It's mind-boggling to me. So let's go ahead and grade the cover. Again, the cover has nothing to do with the overall value, but this is... I'm this close to saying it's near mint, but I'm going to have to say it's a slight corner wear. That's no fault of its own. Nope, that's not near mint. Very good place. Again, just the age of this thing. And again, in 19, whatever year it came out, 52, this thing was a 50-cent record. Now it's valued at $13. You can't go wrong at all. I'm pulling it up there. Look how great. I mean, seriously, that looks brand new. It's 70 years old. I need to quit hyping about that. But here's another one. I'm going to continue to hype about it, I guess. I could have got that on a little bit. Oh, my gosh. Wow. We'll get to the condition here in a minute. This is another way too cool good one. All right, so it's a mono Westminster release, 5153. Another Mozart, another part of the Mozart series. Mozart. It's a sonata in F major, which again, that's how we like our songs, our sonatas in F major. Rocking out with Bad Company right now on the Sirius XM Classic Vinyl channel. But enough, let me turn that down just a little bit. Not much. All right, so I don't see any label identifier or label pictures, no stock pictures to help match it up. I don't see anything for dead wax numbers either. Let me check a couple other US releases real quick, see if I can find that information. And I won't be able to because this is the only mono version release that it shows here on the Discogs directory. So I'm going to have to trust in everything and say that, yeah, we got an exact copy here. I really wish that I could see the label because there's always going to be variations, whether it be for the color, the font size, the layout, things like that. Bruce. We hope to see, that's right, he's out of town. The original drummer of Bruce, well, let's grade the record first before I tell you. That's why I was smiling when I pulled it out. I mean, this is, I'd love to give it a near mint, but I can't. Just a small scratch over here, track 2, but otherwise, this is amazing. It's 70 years old. So Bruce Springsteen's original drummer, Vinny Mad Dog Lopez, lives here in the area in the winters. He's home in Jersey right now for the holidays. He's going to be back in about 2 weeks. Maybe one day we'll get him to come out and talk records. That might be cool. And he'd be totally up to it, too. So anyhow, back to this 70-year-old record. These edges are just mint. Corners are perfect. Well, not this one. Again, it just takes out one little imperfection. You can see how it's kind of scrunched. Is that a word? Scrunched? It is for me. I could really almost give it a near mint, but we're going to give it a VG plus and just mention that slight corner wear. Ooh. But overall, everything is near mint, or excuse me, VG plus on this, whether it be the cover, whether it be the vinyl. Just overall a wonderful package. And again, this isn't something you'd find on my turntable, but I'm just, as a vinyl junkie, I'm just amazed by it. Sure beats selling insurance, which is what the guy down the hall does. All right, this is going to be more of a 60s, 70s release. Oh, I take that back. This could be, early 60s, Andy Williams. But let's start with the vinyl first. All right, first issue, we see the top seam is split. So we're not going to be giving a real good grade for the cover. All right, so one thing here that is a quick indicator to us record, and see how it's just a plain white label with some simple black text? That usually signifies that it's going to be a promo copy. And even back in the early 60s, they had promo copies. That's back when they had payola. DJs would get money under the table to play songs they shouldn't be playing. All right, so we've identified it as a promo. Let's first use this catalog number, and I have to use a magnifying glass on this one. Actually, I have to on most of them because I'm old. 2250. I still have fairly good eyesight, but anyhow, enough about me. Now, the numbers that I put in here from the catalog number identify it as a promo copy. So apparently they had a separate catalog number for the promo copies as opposed to the retail versions. That's usually not the case with most releases. But you also notice this isn't a real record label. There's a Sinclair Gasoline. Remember Sinclair Gas back in the 50s, 60s? They actually are the label for this, Sinclair. And there were a lot of cases back in the days. I mean, Goodyear or Firestone had their own record label. AT&T had their own. A lot of the brands wanted to associate through their customers with music. And this is one of those opportunities here. Now, the only thing about this is it was a promo copy, so it was one that was sent to the radio stations, the DJs that did the sock hops and things like that to make sure that they would play these records because they got them for free. And cost was never a consideration for DJ back. And there's still a lot of clubs out there, record music type clubs that still supply DJs. Because DJs are still out there. But anyhow, I've identified it as the promo copy. Everything on the label matches up. I don't see any run out numbers. No. Cool. It says here, this is a promo giveaway. It was so. This was actually given out to customers of Sinclair as well. Cool little story about that. There's always a backstory. Now, even though there are 8 different tracks on this side, you don't see any separation between. That's one full groove the whole way. My guess is that if we're not going to play it, is that there's probably going to be commercials that are going to be embedded in between the songs of this. Especially whenever a retail brand puts their name on something, they want to make sure their message is heard. So usually where you'll see the empty groove here, where it's the separation of the tracks, there's probably a commercial. I can slightly see where the tracks might be. But pretty cool. All right, enough about this record. Let's move on. Time to grade the vinyl. This is a record that maybe was played once. I just see a slight scratch here. Again, I can't tell what track that is. But whatever DJ or whoever had this took very, very, very good care of it. So we're going to give it a VG plus grade. Now, we saw the cover when we got things started again. This has no bearing on the overall value, but I'm going to let you know that this ain't perfect. Look, it's slipping out the backside, too. G plus will be the grade we give that just because of the tear. Middle. I type pretty good for two-finger guy, don't I? Enough about me. All right, some slight cornerware as well. Yeah, those were. All right, cool deal. All right, so we put our notes in here. You know, this thing is okay shape. It's got that. Corners are a little rough. Not rough, but, you know, they're not slight. But again, it's what's inside that matters. So we're going to go ahead and add my name tag, crunch the numbers, and there it goes. Off to the website, bulltracksrecords.com. Over 200,000 vinyl pieces, records, 45s. We've got CDs. We've got cassettes. We are one of the largest online used vinyl dealers in the world. And we have a 99.9% positive rating, too. There's always one jerk, and we have one. One jerk is all it takes. Otherwise, we'd be 100%. All right, enough of my bitching. Let's move on. 1001. Again, we start the process each time with just a simple catalog number. In this case, RCA Victor LOC prefix. And LOC means that number one, it's going to be a mono. Number two, it's a good chance this may be a reissue. No, it's not. We got a couple different covers, variations of the cover that we need to first identify. And we want the simple green. This is the reissue, as I thought. And again, it was the prefix of the catalog number that gave that away to me. So we're going to match the label up. This is going to be pretty easy. Everything's below the spindle. Got run out numbers there. All right, we're good. So again, here's a record that has sold as recently as 3 months ago. So there's still a demand for it, and especially when we have something in this good a shape. Grading the vinyl, our next step. I'm going to get this static dust off first. I want to say near mint for this side. I mean, it is that good. And this record is only 74 years old. And it's near mint over here too, by golly.
It needs a walker.
Really, it could use a walker. It gets a discount at Denny's because it's a senior. I mean, I'm trying real hard. Okay, I did find a small scratch. I can't believe a record 71 years old would be near mint. But this is that close. Again, I had to search and squint just to find these scratches right there. I want to keep my eye on them, make sure they don't move. Right, they're not going anywhere. I mean, this unbelievable. 71 years old. Again, that close to being near mint.
There's something more fun for you here.
All right. Oh. We'll get to that in 1 second. All right, let me wrap this one here up. Very good plus grade. But again, when you get this, you're going to be like, Bill, I don't see it. Okay, I saw it. It's there. But it's that good. All right, again, another 71-year-old cover. And this is the amazing part. These edges, they should be all rough, stuff sticking out of it. But no. The only thing here I see is some slight corner wear. I do see some slight ring wear here on the back, especially on the white. And I look at the front, not so much, but it is there. It's 71 years old. Blowing me away. All right, so slight ring and corner wear. That's the only thing we need to add to that? No, I need to add to it that it's 71 freaking years old. Get your attention. 71. I need to find something else to get excited about. I really do. My doctor sees this. He's going to recommend that I go to therapy. All right, so another Westminster. We've got a whole bunch in here. And this is the cool thing of this collector. Sometimes we'll find collections where they focus in on classical or country or certain releases. This one, somebody's into the Westminster stuff big time. All right, so the simple catalog number, it's on the back here. It's on the front. All right, I'm going to put in one title. There we go. Now, apparently, this is two different songs. One's Fountains of Rome. The other one is Pines of Rome. It's a mono version because of the WL prefix. I'm just yanking these things that bad. I'm sorry. Need to shake them out a little bit better. All right, step number 2, make sure that the labels match up, especially the color. We're looking for a burgundy. There you go, burgundy. And I want to make sure that the layout as far as the font size and track listing is all accurate as well. And that's what we do here. I'm scratching my nose. I'm not picking it. But I will, if you want me to. I will. All right, next up is the runout number. I'm looking for XTV 1804 1A. That makes my job a lot easier.
I think I found a Lawrence Welk record that is not on Discogs.
I can't believe that. What labels it on? Hilltop? Most of his Epic, really? Wow. I saw my cohort Randy over there. He just found a record of the Lawrence Welk album. Usually every one of those are listed on this website we use, discogs.com, but he can't seem to find it. And it's on Epic Records. I don't even think he was on Epic Records because he was always on Hilltop.
The Champagne Magic of Lawrence Welk. I can't find it.
Interesting. All right, so we're going to grade this vinyl. And again, this one here is only 74 years old. And very good plus shape. The only thing I really see on this side is some groove wear. Some enjoyed this, but there are no scratches going against the grooves at all. One small one here. It's 70 years old, 73 years old. Mind-boggling. All right, so very good plus. We're going to get the same grade for this cover. This thing is solid as a rock. Until I got my hands on it. Corners a little wear, but again, these edges. Usually expect this giant ring because it's been in this thing so long. It's just a slight ring. And the ring happens whenever this thing's in your record collection and you press them all together. And the outline of the vinyl itself, that's usually a little sharp. You can cut your finger on some of them. But it starts to embed itself kind of into the cover. And that's what we call ring wear. So, again, very good plus record. Slight ring and corner wear, but holy cow, it's 73 years old. This should have an antique license plate like the old cars do. I'm just saying stuff to fill up time. It doesn't make any sense. All right, the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. Randy and myself are both from Pittsburgh. In fact, we grew up in the same subdivision 1,000 miles away, and here we are together grading records.
Is that William?
William Steinberg.
Yeah, he was in the '60s, I think.
He was the resident conductor of the Pittsburgh Symphony in like the 1960s and then early '70s, and then who was the guy that took over after that?
Previn.
Andre Previn.
Yeah.
Yep. We've had a lot of great conductors, and our symphony orchestra in Pittsburgh has always been world renowned. And that's because we play a lot of instruments in the wintertime because we can't go outside. That's usually how that works. All right, so let's go ahead and dig in. This is going to be a Capitol Records full dimensional sound. They have the FDS logo at the top of that label right there. It's an unconventional Capitol label. Most Capitol labels have the rainbow ring around it, or they'll be bright green, red with the Capitol logo at the bottom. This is a special edition that they put out. Full dimensional sound. Now that means that this is not in stereo. So that's why they probably remastered it, but they're unable to turn it into a stereo version because it was recorded as a mono. Unless they had all the individual tracks, they're unable to do that on tape. All right, 8293. So give me 1 second. Boom. All right, so that didn't work. Let me back this up a second. Shmonikov, I guess I got to put in his name.
I love this version of the Money.
This is a live version.
It's great.
All right, so we've identified this as a mono version. We need to figure out which pressing it is. Let me just say this number, make sure we don't lose track. This is a U.S. release. Yes, it is. So let me filter out all the other losers. Other pressers. All right, so it gives us three different pressings, or two came from Scranton, one come from LA. Usually if it's a Scranton pressing, there's going to be a little, what looks like an anvil stamp that is pressed into the dead wax, that area in between the grooves and the label, but I did not see that indicator here. That's not to say that it doesn't exist. All right, let's check the LA pressing first. That's going to be our best shot, I think. P2D6 are the identifiers we're looking for, and we got it. All right, so it's a Los Angeles pressing. Everything on the labels are matching up accordingly. Now, again, the amazing thing, this record was put out in 1955, for heaven's sakes. It's 8 years old. Soon to be 69. Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. But the condition of this is just amazing. This may have well been William Steinberg's own personal copy, and he was the conductor. That's just my thought. All right, so we're going to grade the vinyl. I'm wiping it down just to reveal a few small scratches. There may have been a time when someone had this on their turntable that they felt like dancing, and they bumped the turntable. Those things happen. So now we're going to give it a VG plus grade. Again, from 1955. I can't get over that. I really can't. Yet I can find the 1990s record that's got scratches all over it, like somebody cut their pizza on it. And again, another amazing cover. I want to go for it, but I can't. There's slight ring wear. And that's maybe this corner's got a little wear, but wow. Even the back, usually with these plain white covers on the back, the paper and the cardboard alone usually fades in color. Look how bright the front is. I'm acting like I'm a 70-year-old record salesman now, or a record salesman selling 70-year-old records. But anyhow, VG plus all the way around. But that makes us vinyl people smile. It does. Thankfully, no jerk decided to write their name on the front cover. That happens sometimes. Some jerk. All right, Randy handed me a record here a moment ago. Runaway Bay, Hotel Jamaica, King Arthur.
I would love to hear that record.
And the Ad-Libs. So I'm guessing this is maybe an improv kind of band. We'll see. And this is all based on Runaway Bay is the Riviera of the Caribbean, located in the north coast of Jamaica. And the golf course here If the Hotel Jamaica is like world renowned. So the key is, are we going to be able to find this record in the directory? And if so, what does it sound like? There's a small record label right there. That's from Jamaica called Calypso, which starts with a K. They didn't have a lot of records that they released. So in most cases, this is not going to have a catalog number, and I don't see one. But it does have an identifier here in the dead wax we're going to have to use. When you don't find a catalog number, again, usually that means this Calypso has 1, 2, maybe 3 releases overall. I can't see that either. So let me go with Calypso Records label. Calypso Records. All right, just because of the spelling alone with the K, I'm not finding anything
Nothing.
that even resembles that. I'm going to pull up the band name real quick. KLY. I spelled it right. All right, just because we're curious, we're going to try and see if we can find this. This may be all just a dream. It may be all just a dream. Yep, we're getting nothing. So again, this occasionally we'll find the records that are from small labels, non-existent labels.
In a bit over here.
Yes, sir. Local bins.
I'm sorry.
That's all good, but it was entertaining.
I really wanted to hear rice, peas, and coconut oil.
Green sleeves. Well, everybody has done a version of green sleeves, but this is Eugene Ormandy and the Philadelphia. He was renowned for his time with the Philadelphia Orchestra, our cross-state rival from Pittsburgh. We're from Pittsburgh, so we hate Philadelphia. I mean, it's a nice town, but you guys are jagoffs.
What's a jagoff?
What's a jagoff? That's a Pittsburgh word. Randy knows what it is. He's used it enough himself.
I've called it many times.
We've all been called a jagoff if you're from Pittsburgh. But it just means, it's a good way of saying a bad word without saying a bad word. You're being you're being a, words I'm not going to say. But jagoff is a real word. It's actually I think it's in a couple dictionaries now. But that's how we talk up in downtown, that. We'll go see Grandma and Mom and that.
So were the Jaggers named after the word jagoff, do you think?
That's a good point.
What? That's a great name. Or was it Mick Jagger?
No. It would be the Jaggers. There's a band called the Jaggers that featured our buddy Donnie Iris. And we're trying to figure out where they got their name from. If anybody has an idea, hit us up on the chat room. And we'll verify. All right, so we're working on our next project. I see right away a T right here, which is always boldly in the dead wax by itself. That means it's a Terre Haute, Indiana pressing. So, first of all, we need to actually find this records, MS 7103. And I'm getting nothing. So, let me put green sleeves in here. And there it is. Shows 2 different American pressings. 3. So actually only 2, because this is MS, which means it's going to be a stereo version. There was a stereo version and a mono version of this record release, and that was the case mostly with a lot of the classical Broadway pop stuff that it came out when stereo was first introduced. People were still a little leery about it. They didn't have the turntables to play it, really. So a lot of times the record labels would release both mono and stereo versions of the records, and that would be the case right here. And the label here is going to be another giveaway for me. This is what usually is a reissue Columbia Works, Masterworks release. But we'll find out for sure, won't we? All right, so first up, we need to make sure the labels match up. See, this is an original pressing because this is an old school Columbia 2i that they're showing in the descriptive of this one. So we're going to hit the other one up. Again, there's only 2 stereo versions of this showing up here on the Discogs directory. This does not identify it. Nope. All right, so occasionally we come across this where we cannot properly identify this. Again, there's only 2 pressings listed on Discogs of a stereo version of this record. And we checked, and both labels were totally different. One was the original Two Eyes I mentioned, another one was some wacky. So, given such, we can't sell this record. Because if you were to purchase it just based on the cover and the stock photo, you'd pull this out and go, what the hell is this? So subsequently, again, we can't sell it. We're certainly not going to be dishonest in our business dealings or we'd lose our great rating. Except for that one jerk, one jagoff. So we'll put it down here. We'll box these up later. I'm going to send them to a farm that we have in Central Florida. That's where we send all of our wayward records that can't find a home. I don't know why this is in here, but it is. Kenny Rogers is mixed in with all this. But hey, I'm not here to judge. Rest in peace, Kenny Rogers. Actually, when I lived in Atlanta back in the, I moved there in 1980, lived there off and on for like 97. Kenny Rogers had a real big place north of Atlanta. He had his own dang golf course. 18 holes, too. That's a sign you got too much money. All right, so there are like 18 different pressings of Kenny Rogers' greatest hits. The smart thing to do is just put in the run-out number, which we find etched here in the dead wax. I should have his catalog number of this memorized by now. We've seen a few. P59. So again, there's 200 different pressings. We found it right away just based on these numbers, and it was the P59 indicator at the end of the run-out number. They gave it all away. It's an Allied pressing. Again, we've already checked the run-out. That's what we use for the search engine. I just want to make sure the labels match up. This is going to be a no-brainer. At least it is for us. All right, we're good to go. Holy cow, it's 1:30 already.
Crazy.
Time goes by, flies by when you're having fun, right? Again, thanks everybody for joining us. My name's Bill. That other voice is Randy. Excuse me. I just burped because I'm a guy. I burp and fart all the time. All right, so we're grading the vinyl. I see one small scratch here. Basically just covers first 3 tracks here on side 1. But again, it's just one. There you can see that one, right? I can on both cameras. I know you can on this one. But anyhow, I see it. This record otherwise is in mighty fine shape. We're going to give it a VG plus grade. I mean, this side is near mint. So apparently there's no hit songs on this side. This is the one. And it'll be at the bottom of the vinyl now, that scratch. I'm trying to make you see it, or let you see it. But still, you're going to be getting a record that is this close to being near mint condition for a very good plus price. It's usually, a 10 to 15, sometimes 20% difference in the price between a near mint and a VG plus. All right. Original inner sleeve, really good shape. And that's something you really don't find a lot is the original inner sleeves, still included with a lot of these. All right. So the cover, it's real good shape. It's got the typical ring corner wear. This is what we've been expecting all day long. So VG plus to be the grade is captured. All right, so let's go ahead and add Kenny greatest hits. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we have 50 copies of this somewhere. But that's what we do, man. We sell records. All right, getting back into the classical stuff. This is a Columbia Record Club, which means even back in whenever this was released, 1950-something, 1967, they had the record clubs. You see it in the back of the comic books or something, or your Reader's Digest, buy 6 records for a penny as long as you buy 5 more at the regular price. And nobody ever bought the rest of them. So this was part of that package, part of that catalog. And in most cases, there's going to be a different label as far as the layout and things like that. This is actually a Columbia Records product, but it was made through, I forget the name of that company, the musical something. A Columbia Musical Treasury of All-Time Favorites. And that was the actual label name. So again, what this is they once they realized that they had the pressing plants, they had the vinyl available to help be able to produce these things. They took all these old recordings that they had the masters of and put them on better vinyl, gave them better quality pressing, and that's how these sub labels come about. We're not just here to entertain; we're here to educate as well. Let's see, 11836, entering the basic catalog number 8836. Hold on. And sure enough, it shows up. Pianorama, Joseph Cooper, Classical. All right, it shows three different pressings of it. Two of them are stereo, which is this is. It's indicated right there. But one says red labels. Well, guess what? We got the red label. So whoever put these notes up here, thank you for adding that. You saved us a little time. Just because oh, wait. Now here's something that I'm finding out. There's another record in here. This is a 2-record set. I didn't see that at first. All right, so again, we have to make sure the labels match up. Now, there are going to be some cases where the different pressings will have different track. The listing sometime will be, the song will be above the spindle, the rest below. Mostly it's always usually below, but this one has a couple titles above the spindle on both sides, and the example that we see here in the stock photo shows the same. So we consider that a match. I'm serious. I don't rub my nose like this at home because I don't have all this dust at home, but I'm scratching my nose. All right, next up, make sure everything matches up here in the runout. XSM2A, and we got a winner there. Hold on, we got to make sure it does not have made in Canada. Let me make sure those words not made in Canada are on here. Cool, we're good to go. All right, so let's go ahead again. This record put out in 1967. Condition of the vinyl is vital. That's why I'm going to take good care with this 100% cotton rag and make sure I properly wipe down the grooves going in the motion of the grooves. And that reveals a very pretty piece of vinyl. Okay, this is near mint. This is just one part of a 2-part equation. So we got to hope that the other one that we're going to see in a moment is going to be equal or better condition. Yeah, I'm at near mint so far. I'm sure you are too. Again, 2-record set. This thing still has the original cardboard divider in here. Usually those things don't make it through a party or two. All right, so again, we're looking for near mint, but no, we're not going to have that here. No, I take that back. I see some small scratches, but it seems to be in the dead wax area. Okay, here we go. A few small scratches here. Again, you're not going to see them, but there's a small cluster of small hairline scratches that has taken all this beauty. I mean, there's 3 other sides of this that are in near mint condition, but this one is going to drop the overall grade to very good plus. So again, and we're going to I like the somebody else would have just said, hey, that's near mint all the way around. And then you'll look at that and say, no, that's not. We like to be totally transparent. I'd like you to be surprised when you see it and disappointed, all right? So, yep, it's a near mint pretty much, but we're going to give it a VG plus. Set is 5. All right, grading of the cover. I can noticeably see the ring wear, corner wear, top edge wear. I mean, we were bound to find something that wasn't in near mint condition eventually, right? This will be the one. But anyhow, we're going to give it a grade VG. And it's slight everything. Slight top edge wear, slight corner wear. There's ring wear I can see here in the back. Oh, you can see it in the front too. But that's how we roll when it comes to grading records. And that's the record. Hello. All right, so give it about 5 minutes. We'll have that up for sale on our website. The address right there over my right shoulder. Let me get in the way. All right, we are almost about time for. Yes, we are. Time for two. I didn't talk this much when I was on the radio every day, 6 days a week. So I need to give my vocal cords just a little rest. Give me about 2 minutes.
Glad you found your voice, Bill.
Got to take care of it, man. Excuse me. You didn't need to see that. You don't need to be seeing me every day. But here we are. My name's Bill. We're at Old Tracks Records in Clearwater. Happy New Year to everybody. We hope you have a safe, happy weekend. All right, so let's get back into it. What we're doing here is grading the vinyl records we're going to be adding to our inventory. It's our job, me and Randy, is to have, first of all, have fun. That's what we do. Second of all, make sure we're accurately grading these vinyl records. He and I have been around records our whole life. We know a little bit about them. Randy has been a musician his whole career. I worked in the radio business. I've touched every record known to man pretty much now. So we have a pretty good idea what we're doing. Not to brag. But anyhow, let's start first with just a simple catalog number. This one's a little too simplistic. I don't think it's going to work with just a number. So let me add that it's Jesse Crawford. And there we go. The Organ and Chimes of Christmas. Yep. I know it's a little late, by the way. I hope everybody had a great Christmas, but grab it now and you'll be prepared when next Christmas comes along. I'm just trying to help your holidays, that's all. So we're looking, first of all, it's a U.S. copy. It's a mono version because it says long play 33. It says no indicator of it being stereo or stereophonic or whatever words they were using then. Excuse me. Step one, make sure everything lines up vertically, horizontally, font size, color here on the label. And that's a pretty easy match. Now, it also should show the catalog number here in the dead wax, which it does, X1010. All right, so we have an exact match here. We can go ahead and put this up for sale. Now, I just noticed before I click that button, this record has never been sold on either the Discogs website, which has been around forever, or our website, which has been around for 7 years at least now. So there could be a rarity to this. So in this instance, we really need to make sure we're getting an accurate grade because there could be somebody out there just waiting for this record. And we want to make sure they're satisfied. Now, I'm going to have to give it a VG plus just because I see a few scratches here. And again, you can't see them on there, but your view right there shows a near mint record. I know that. I can see. But we can't go there yet. No, some scratches over here, but it was well cared for. So there's a grade for that called VG plus. Somebody played it, but they obviously took very, very good care of it. And they didn't put their name on a sticker, on a label for it. Thank you. All right, so let's get it back into the near perfect sleeve. Again, this record is 61 years old. And the edges, the corner, a little wear in the corner. But I'm feeling nothing on these edges. Something like this should be split, for goodness sakes. It's the seams. But I'm going to give this a VG plus grade, absolutely. Mark my notes in the comments section, and I'm going to put this thing in the inventory right now. All right, we'll find it right there, bulltracksrecords.com. All right. Got about, I don't know, about another 30 of these to go. Dig that vinyl out. This is going to be an original pressing just based on the label here, RCA Victor. It's got Nipper the dog. And usually there'll be a couple variations of the Nipper logo. Sometimes he'll be white. Sometimes he'll look like the regular dog marking. Sometimes there'll be a shade around it. But again, this is an original pressing. Let's see, LPM, which means it's a mono version. And again, there were instances in the 60s and 70s where they would do both a stereo and a mono release of records, because not everybody had stereo turntables back then. They were a little cost prohibitive for some families. So anyhow, we're looking for Love is a Gentle Thing from Harry Belafonte. Cool deal. All right, so we want to make sure we have a couple things straight. First of all, the label, as I mentioned, it shows the proper color on both the dog. Well, this one, yes, it does. All right. Make sure all the numbers are in alignment. Nope. Now, there's a difference here on what side it is. There's going to be a variation of this that we need to find. Again, it's something as simple as just what it says side 2. It's a different font size than what I just saw on the example. So let's dig a little deeper. Again, that's our job. We're looking for the mono version of a US pressing. So it needs to start with an LPM. Now, the key of what we're looking for is, number one, that label variation. And we have a match there. Now we need to make sure the runout number is a match as well. E1S is the key. That's not the one we want either. So, again, it's just as little as this font size of what side it says and one number in the runout. But we're getting close. I know that. We're getting close. Again, I'm spending way too much time on this, but I want to show you exactly the transparency that we have here of how we actually grade these records. Camden, New Jersey on the bottom. It says that. Again, it's not matching the side that it signifies. Let's hope there's another US LPM pressing. And there's not. Oh, here's one we missed. This could be a Rockaway or a Hollywood pressing. All right, I dig that. Again, we're looking for 1S as part of the identifier of the runout number here in the dead wax. And this font size on what side it is. H production. All right, finally. All right, we got a match here. Again, Harry Belafonte fans are a little picky. We got to make sure we're accurately describing what you're getting. So let's add this. Now, here's an interesting point. This is a Hollywood pressing, and before I go ahead and enter it, it's letting me know that this is, again, has never been sold either on Discogs or on our website. And between the two of us, we pretty much handle the world. So in those instances, again, we pay extra attention to the vinyl itself to make sure that we're given an amazingly accurate, laser-focused grade. And here's a scratch right here. One scratch. I'm scratching my head wondering how this happened. Again, this record is 65 years old, and it looks brand new. This side is near mint all day long. This side, one scratch. Again, it's 65 years old. So a very good plus grade. Let's first of all get this thing loaded up so we can grade everything. But it's pretty cool, especially if you're a Harry Belafonte fan. All right, so we're going to grade the cover. Here's one thing I noticed right away. It looks like somebody had a price sticker on there that's rough on the paper. Some corner wear, noticeable corner wear. Again, it's 65 years old. It's allowed to have an imperfection or two. But overall, I'm going to give this a VG grade. Yeah, VG. Again, that's a noticeable corner wear. All right. Take this off. Hold on. And I'm going to add, it looks like the remnants of a price tag. a price sticker. Hold on one second. All right. So now we got our comments there. But still, another fabulous addition here to our inventory of Bolt Tracks records. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. Now I'm going to have to back up a little bit. That's showing something that's a little different. It's showing that this thing has a value of $104. So what I'm going to do is I want to back this whole process up again and just make sure that we are dead on as far as what we're selling. It could be a difference of whether this was a Hollywood pressing or a Rockaway pressing or a Terre Haute. I don't know. I won't dig in though. Very interesting. All right, let me see if there was another couple versions. The Hoople. All right. Yeah. See, the key of it again is going to be that font size where it says side 2 there. We got to absolutely make sure that that's correct. And I'm almost positive I identified it as such. I got to use the little magnifying glass. Anyhow, yes, we have the exact copy. Yep. So that's going to change things for us. I need to look at the label picture real quick. Again, we don't have a perfect match. And this is making me mad. If I'm spending too much time on this, you let me know. But I think I am. So we've checked every pressing on here. Now, it could be possibly a repress. It says Candom. All right. Nope, that's not it either. All right. I don't want to be wasting everybody's time watching me look for this. But it's something that I'm going to need to spend a little more time with to make sure we get accurate, especially if it's a $100 record. Actually, just let me do it here. I want to show you how cool it is to find a $100 record. Why don't we just do that? It's not like we're on primetime TV right now. All right, so again, we're needing to find a mono version that was pressed here in the U.S. because it does signify Camden, New Jersey on the ring text. Basically, it's determining whether this is a Rockaway pressing or a Hollywood pressing. No, it's not a Rockaway. Maybe, hold on. Production codes. No, that's not it either. You know, I hate to not be able to find a match for this and have to not throw it away, but yes. Man, this is irritating. All right, okay, here we go. So this is an Indianapolis pressing. That's why it's going to be a different font. Unfortunately, I don't have pictures that I can compare to stock photos in the directory, but it is showing the run-out number is exactly what we want. So we can put this up for sale. Now, Indianapolis pressing version of this Harry Belafonte record has never been sold on either of our websites. We're seeing a lot of that here today and yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Records that have never been sold on the website. So we got some rare pieces here. So again, we need to make sure that our grade of the vinyl is incredibly laser focused and accurate. There's a small scratch right here. One small here. Again, two small scratches that are not going to affect the playing surface at all. You won't even notice them. This side is near mint. So VG Plus is the best we can do with the grade, but that's still an outstanding grade. I'll show you up there too. All right, so I'll put a grade and comments on the cover. We already did all that, actually. See, now what that did, it made a big difference because of the pressing, the exact pressing in that small font size. I thought maybe it was a $100 record, but it's actually a $19 record instead. It's still the same record. It's still the same songs. It's still Harry Belafonte. The only difference was the pressing plan on that. But if you're not worried about pressing plans, think about it. This literally could be a $100 record you can have for $20. Very nice. All right, so let's put in our notes that we had in there before. We gave it a VG grade. Yeah. Let me paste our comments on there. Cool deal. Let me go backwards here. Hold on. All right. So we're going to go ahead and add this to our fabulous website, bulltracksrecords.com. Think about it again. When Harry Belafonte passed away, everybody rushed to get copies of his record. We sold every copy that we had. And we just yesterday put in, or Wednesday, put in another copy of Calypso, which Randy will proudly tell you was what? Calypso was what?
Calypso's #1 selling album of the 1950s.
Number one of all of 1950s. It was Calypso.
It was in stereo.
Even beating the Beatles. Well, the Beatles weren't around in the 50s. That's right.
Yeah, well.
All right, so moving on, we got another Ovation Records release. Dick Schorer. I thought he was a comedian, but no, he's a musician, band leader. There's not going to be a lot of variations of this, so we're going to simply put in the catalog number. 1403. All right, so we're looking for Dick Schorer, Moving On, and we're not finding that. I don't know why. Let me put Dick's name in there. There it is. And the key word here is going to be quadraphonic, not quadrophenia. That's a Who record. But quadraphonic, you don't see that word a whole bunch. At least no more, not anymore you do. But that was their way of saying, you know, this was the greatest sound. It was, what do they call that? Four speaker sound would be quadraphonic. Remember how you had your speakers set up at home, you know, in each of the corners so that you're right in the middle? That was quadraphonic. All right, so enough about me. Let's get back to this. I'm going to match up the labels, make sure everybody's in sync. Side 1, that's side 2. Let's go drag. All right, we got it. And the key word was quadraphonic. Doesn't give us any indicators about what the numbers or the etchings are here in the run out, but everything matches up perfectly so far. So we're just going to run with that. Time to grade the vinyl. This doesn't need a wipe down. This is in just an amazing shape. This record's 50 years old. I'm trying hard to find something wrong with it. I really am. And I'm not having any luck at all. So there's another example. It's near mint. 50-year-old record and still in near mint condition. Wow. So we better take good care of this, getting it back in the sleeve. I don't want to be the guy screwing it up. All right, so pretty much the price for this has been determined by the number crunchers here at Discog, but we need to still put a grade and comments on this cover. You know, it's got some slight edge, corner wear, ring wear. I see it all. You will too. But let's just go ahead and give it a VG grade. Let you know it's got the slight edge, ring, and corner wear, which is, you know, typical of every record we get around here. Add my name tag and we'll send this off to the races. Yeah, if you're joining us up here on TikTok, I know it's showing names and stuff, but I can't read that. That's really tiny font. No, that doesn't help at all. That was dumb. Now I won't be able to see the rest of the day. All right, so here we have a very simplistic catalog number for this next project, but it's on Boston Records. And I'm pretty sure that Boston Records was not they didn't have 89 different releases. They probably had about 8. So now all it's showing me is Boston, the band. Recital. Let me see if I can work on this a little bit more. There we go. Recital favorites. Jorge Borlé. How'd I do with that? Jorge Borlé. Put out in 1953, for heaven's sakes. And again, when I pop this up, you're going to be amazed at the condition of a record that's 73 years old. Let me do my homework here real quick before I get you involved. Let's say 1A. All right, I'm done. Look at that. It's just mind-boggling. 73-year-old record, eh? Yeah.
Smells funny.
What's that?
Smells funny.
It does, doesn't it? That's what it is. It's been sitting around for too long. But holy cow. And again, while I'm flipping it over here, I'm just looking at, I see a few small scratches here on side 1. Side 2 look really, really, really good. But again, we take the lesser of the two evils. That's going to be a VG plus grade overall. And again, another record that has not been sold on our website or the Discogs website ever. So this is going to be a very rare record. So what we need to do, obviously, is, again, be laser focused on our grade. I mean, there's some groove wear here. I see a slight scratch here that goes into the dead wax. And again, it's just one side that has an imperfection. This is blemish free over here on side 2. But again, 70 years old in a very good plus condition. You got to love that. I really do. Look at that shine. I could take this to the beach and reflect the sun on me and get a suntan, for heaven's sakes. Of course, that's inaccurate. That wouldn't happen. So we got a 70-year-old cover. Perfect, except for the corners. I mean, I'm feeling nothing. VG plus all day long. And really, it's just a corner wear, not even any ring wear. It's a lot of fun. All right, here we go. Again, this record was put out in 1953, probably cost you $1. Thanks again to the surge in the popularity of vinyl, the supply and demand part of it. This thing's now valued at $12 almost. So it's increased in value 12-fold over its lifetime, and it's only going to continue to go high. Again, I am not an investment advisor, but I did play one on the radio one time. I should be, actually. I'm giving people all kind of great advice here. Again, thanks for hanging out with us. My name's Bill. Randy's here today for a little bit longer. What time's your gig today?
I'm leaving pretty soon here.
Randy is a professional musician. He plays during the daytime at the assisted living facilities, memory care kind of places, because we have quite a few of them here in Florida. But the one he's performing at today, they're actually having their New Year's celebration today.
Yeah, we're going to get drunk.
3 days. They're all going to get drunk and really forget everything. But no, it's not like that. Maybe it is. I don't know. We'll have to secretly check it out one time. What happens behind closed doors stays behind closed doors. All right, so we're moving on to our next project here. This is going to be famous French opera overtures from Epic Records. And of course, it did not show up. So let me put the word famous next to the catalog number. What? LC 3079. Why is this not working? All right, so we got to back it up. I see the number here in the runout. Let me go ahead and use that real quick. XCM. That's usually a more accurate reading. The runout number is what you'll find in the dead wax, which is between the grooves of the music and the beginning of the label. There'll be an identifier in there that's a combination of letters and numbers. It's pretty much like the VIN number of your car. It helps identify. I put in the prefix, which is going to be the record label first. Now we're going to put in the catalog letter, 32383. And then there'll be another letter and number, which will help us identify the pressing plant. Except in this case. So what we're going to need to do is back it up a step. Now it's not letting me see anything. What's going on here? All right, I'm just going to put the title in so we can cut to the chase. Overtures. And that got us what we needed. Well, it got us closer. Hold on. Apparently, there are a lot of famous French opera overtures. Now we're absolutely going to have to find a home for this because this is on Epic Records, and again, this is a 70-year-old record that I need to make sure finds a home. So the only thing that's separating us from finding a finish line right now is the cover. Oh boy. Let me put the word Gene in here, who was the conductor. Let's see if that helps narrow it down a little bit more. Does it work? No. Let me put his last name in. Jean Tournay. All right, I'm going to copy this. It's showing a couple versions here. I'm not finding the exact match for the cover, though. That's the only issue for this. So let's pull up all versions. Usually next to it, they'll put, that's not it. All right, so this record is going to take too long, and we're not going to bore you with it. I'm looking for an Epic Records release, and it's showing me Philips Records. That's not a Philips record. Anyhow, there's a bunch of records that I can spend time with later back there. We're on TV right now. We got to keep this thing moving, keep it flowing. All right, so this is a Period Records release. I've never heard of that label, but we're going to find out. Putting in a simple catalog number into the search engine, we're looking for Ziwi. Ziwi Herzen. Wow, we found the winner here. Period Records. Doesn't show a year of release on here. And other than the cover itself, that's all it shows, but there are some other options here. Let me look those up real quick. No, there aren't. That's the only option that we do have, and it doesn't show any pictures of the label, or does it indicate what the run-out number is. This is as close as we can get. So let's go ahead and add this. Going to give a grade to the record here real quick, which is going to be a BG plus. Just a few small scratches over here. I mean, tiny little hairline scratches, but I see them. You will too. All right, going to put a grade on the cover, which we do know is an exact match. And again, this record put out 1958 or something. So perfect edges, corner. Yep, corners are all good. I tell you what, when you look at it this way, you can see some slight corner wear. I was tempted to give that a near mid, but that's hard to do with a 68-year-old album cover. Alrighty. So there we have it. So we're getting close to lunchtime for me. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a lunch break right now because I'm hungry. All right. Just give me about 15 minutes. We'll be right back. Eat, man. Gotta eat. I was born 6 gun in my hand. I'm the good. Make my final stand. It's quite a company, big company. I can deny. Bad company, took it out.
Rain is falling through the mist of sorrow that has surrounded me. The sun could never go away. A bliss that lays all around me. Let it rain, let it rain. Let your love rain down on me. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain, rain. My life was like a desert flower burning in the sun. Till I found the way to love was only said and done. Let it rain, let it rain. Let your love rain down on me. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain, rain, rain. Now I know the secret there is nothing that I like. If I give my love to you, you'll surely give it back. Let it rain, let it rain. Let your love rain down on me. Let it rain, let it rain, let it rain, rain, rain. adventure in whatever comes our way. Yeah, I know they can happen. In a looking glass, all of the galaxies, it's beautiful space. Right up to the night. Every little thunder, listen with the moon. And the feeling that, yeah, I know they can happen. In a looking glass, all of the galaxies, it's beautiful space. And the truth is we were lost on the divine. We can climb so high, and never wanna die. Born to be wild, born to be wild.
Excuse me. Let me squeeze in.
Adventure in whatever comes our way.
We're back on. We got shut out there for a minute. Anyhow, hi. We'll wait till we get some folks before we start yapping. I do a lot of yapping. Mm-hmm. Let's just stack it up. Come on. Mm. Born to be wild. I'll leave that for. Excuse me. So, welcome back to me. I'm the one that was away. But my name is Bill. Happy New Year to you and everybody. Hope you have a great 2024. Can you believe it? 2024. Okay. But anyhow, we're here grading vinyl records. We're going to be on until about 4:30 today. Got in a couple hours. And showing you the transparent process that we go through when we do grade these records before they enter our inventory. So this is going to be a pretty cool Disneyland release. I'm scratching my nose. I'm not picking it. Although I can. 1, 2, 5, 7. I've done that before. All right. Chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house. We pretty much... Okay, there's only 16 different pressings. So, going to take a little work here. Let me roll down here. These are all U.S. pressings, too. So here's what, well, there's not much there to work with either. Usually we would go straight to what's called the runout number here in the dead wax between the grooves and the label, but it's less information there than is on the label. So the one difference variance that I see is that there's an orange copy and then there's a white copy. We obviously have the orange copy. Well, you can't see. Thank you. Well, I'm not good with these camera angles. I was a radio guy. But anyhow, so we're looking for the orange cover. And it shows that there are, 18 different versions. So first things first, I'm going to need to use the prefix DQ. And it shows that it's a reissue. Now we're going to have to, again, there's not much information here. I need to find an Audio Max stamp. Hold on one second. I think that's just going to be the difference is the pressing plants are going to be identified on the dead wax. This one is not. So it may take a little while. But hey, I got all day. I'm paid by the hour. Disneyland, okay, we need to make sure everything on the label matches up. Side 2, screams and groans. Okay, now right away I see that there's a variant on the label here that doesn't match what I'm seeing in this particular description. So that means we've kind of hit a brick wall. We need to keep moving. Again, we're looking for US pressings, and the key is that the catalog number needs to begin with the letters DQ. All right, this is a whole lot better. Hold on. It's not too fabulous. All right, we found that where the tracks were in perfect alignment. Track listing is accurate. Let's see if there's a runout number that we can check. There is. And again, it's very simple, DQ 1257B. And we got it. So we got kind of lucky with that one. Let me see if it says Spooky Party. All right, also adds in the notes that the cover has a sticker stating Spooky Party Hits. And that's what that sticker right there is. So again, we've identified it. We'll get to this here in a minute. So we've identified the exact copy, and I thought it would take a whole lot longer. So let's quickly move on. All right, next step is the most important part is grading the vinyl. You'll notice if you watch any length of time that I have this 100% cotton rag, clean one, and I go in a circular motion with the grove. What I'm trying to do is pull out any static dust, any debris, so I can get a better, more accurate grade or look at this thing so I can give it an accurate grade. Now, I've cleaned this thing off enough. And this is easily a VG plus, very good plus, which is just one shy of near mint. A few small scratches here. I tried to get that smudge out, but it didn't happen. But again, that's going to be an overall great listening experience. Plus, you get the spooky party hints as well. Oh, hints, not hits. Okay. Oh, so there's something inside. Let me see if that's in there real quick. Anyhow, we graded this as a very good plus. Well, it's on here. Well, there it is. Spooky party games and spooky party hints. Basically, this is the inner sleeve, and that's what it mentions is on the inside. So it's real cool that we have this available as well. But again, this and even the cover are going to have no bearing on the overall value of this record. But again, I'm just showing you, we got all the pieces that make it work. We really do. So the countdown is on. No, the countdown is up. We're still shutting down at 4:30. Anyhow, see, I'm pulling up dust and it's getting into my nose. I'm kind of sensitive. I'm sorry to keep doing that. Anyhow, let's get to this cover here real quick. It's a VG Plus cover. I mean, the corners, edges, everything, mostly because it still has its original shrink, though it's a little bit cut, but it's still there. One indicator here is down there's a bottom, a little punch-out hole. That's a promo copy, and the record company would put that in there to signify that it was a promo copy, either a punch-out, a cut-out, or a corner cut. This one has the punch-out. But again, usually there's some right edge wear. This does not have that at all. I have no problem. No, I'm going slight corner wear down here actually, but just given that one small imperfection, I'm going to give this a grade of VG plus still. And we're going to notate that it does have the original shrink. It does have this price sticker here, and that's the important part of this equation. This record was $1.19 brand new in 1973, but it's been well cared for. Excuse me. I mean, VG plus condition. Apparently, they didn't make a whole lot of this edition of it, but this record was $1.19 back in 1973, and it's just a regular haunted house sounds of a haunted house. $1.19 originally. Now it's got a value of $17, for heaven's sakes. Again, if add it to your collection, take care of it. It's only going to appreciate in value as time goes on. And that's another great example of why vinyl is back, and it's bigger and badder than ever. It really is. And we're happy to be a part of it. Do we want to do this one right now? I guess we do. Have to. All right, so this is a multi-disc release. I'm feeling at least 4 records in here. Generally, they're all going to be different color labels. Yep, 4-record set. I'm going to set the cover over there. As you'll notice, all the The labels all have different colors, so it is a part of a set. So we're going to start with the one that's out of the sleeve right here, the green one. I'm going to add the catalog number, which I can clearly see. All right, so we're looking for easy listening. And I'm not finding it. Okay, why is this not working? All right, we're going to have to go to the label directory, which is telehouse, which is a label. Let me copy this real quick because there's going to be 2 or 3 different directories for it. 2. All right. So let's start here with the one that's got pretty pictures. Now again, we're looking for a 4-disc set called Easy Listening. Eddie Arnold. Well, this is sad. I don't think we're going to find it. Let me look one more time. I mean, they have Rock Is Here to Stay, 4 albums. The Greatest Rock and Roll Hits, 4 albums. So this should be in here somewhere. But unfortunately, it is not. So let me try the other Telehouse Records listing that they had. Okay, maybe. All right, yeah, this is part of those seen on TV. So that's what this is. I think we found a better chance of finding it here. Here it is, Easy Listening. Let me make sure that cover looks the same. And we'll pull it up and find out. There we go. All right, so what I thought would take forever really didn't take that long. Make sure all the colors are accurate. 1, 2, 3. This is a 4-disc set, though. Let me make sure that there's 4 discs listed. Well, it's not showing track listings. Hold on. All right, 4 CD 2019. Hold on, folks. Let me try another listing here. Much better. Here we go. All right, so it is showing a 4-disc set. I want to make sure the pictures again add up. We'll worry about that cover here in just a minute. Easy list. All right, that did not match up. Again, we're making sure the labels match up too. So thankfully there is a few more options. Hold on. Let me pull up the green one. Easy listening. There we go. Lemon tree. What? Hold on. Again, there's a lot of times on these things. There we go. Will there be a single track above the spindle and then the rest of the tracks below it? That would be the case with this one. That's what I was looking for specifically. All right, so we've identified that by pictures. There's nothing here that shows what a match would be as far as the run-out number. But everything else matches up appropriately. So, time to grade the vinyl. Now remember, it's 4-disc. So it's going to be based on the overall condition of all 4 combined. For example, this one here already shaping up to be a VG plus. Cleans up nice. A few small scratches against the groove here. You're not going to be able to see them. I'm going to try and help you, but you're not. All right, so we're at VG plus overall. I'm going to stuff this back in the cover. So the rest need to be VG plus or better condition, or we'll be in danger of lowering the grade. I use the word danger loosely. It's not like our lives are in danger. But anyhow, I'm going to put a little moisture on this because a lot of times these are my fingerprints and I just ate. Shame on me for touching the record that way. So, again, go with the groove. Don't go against it. You're just going to be embedding it more, whatever it might be. All right, that's not drying up. There we go. All right, so another VG plus record. I mean, it's almost near mint. Almost doesn't count, though, unless you're playing horseshoes. or hand grenades. All right, so let's get this one back in here. VG plus, that's the bar set so far. Yep, one scratch there. There's a near mint over on this side, but again, still holding high there. VG plus. Let's hope that our last one here doesn't spoil the party. Oh, please pray to God that that is a hair. Yep. That's why we keep this cloth handy. What I thought was a hair could have been a disaster, really. That I said we needed to have condition VG plus or better. This is better. But again, we're going to be giving you a couple near mint records because the other two set the grade at VG plus. So you won't be disappointed, I promise you, especially the condition of this package. All right, so again, we're at VG plus as far as condition of the vinyl. We're going to give a grade to the cover, but again, it has no bearing on the overall value of the whole package. Excuse me. But this has noticeable edge, corner, especially the ring wear. It's kind of off the charts a little bit. But I'm going to give it a grade of VG. It doesn't have any seam splits. All that's pretty solid. But overall, again, the cover means nothing. But I am going to put that we do have noticeable ring and corner wear in our notes. Boom. But still, we're going to add this to the inventory here, bulltracksrecords.com, over my right shoulder. And this will be available in about 5 minutes. They say high speed, but they don't really mean it. All right, this is an original RCA Victor pressing. And this is their elite, if you will, sub-label called Red Seal Records. All right, so first of all, let's begin with the catalog number, which is clearly here on the front of the label. I'm going to put somebody's name in here. Arturo. Jupiter. There we go. But I did put the catalog number in, we really didn't get anything, so it's directed by Arturo Toscanini. And I just put Arturo, and immediately it took us to where we needed to go. So, let's move on. We need to first match up some labels. Oh, I take that back. It's going to show me pressings. All right, so we want the LM version, which is the mono version, and apparently it's only done in mono. I do see a note here for the shaded dog. We do not have a shaded dog. We don't have the white dog. We don't even have any dog in this fight. So it's going to be one of the other U.S. releases, and there's only really going to be one other option that doesn't have something with the dog on it. And as we hoped, it would be the original pressing of the RCA Victor. That's the original pressing label. Excuse me. Everything matches up, font size, track layout, things like that. We're good. Time to sell a copy. Again, you're thinking, man, nobody's bought any of these. Somebody, according to our directory there, somebody actually purchased this record back in October, just a couple months ago. And this exact version, I don't know for sure. But there aren't many out there, so we're going to have one if that's something you're interested in. Especially something in this good a shape. My turn to grade the vinyl. I mean, there's a small scratch here, 2 here, but nothing that's going to affect the playing surface at all. Same here, 1 scratch. I mean, these aren't even deep enough to produce a hiss or a pop. Now, there's a little groove wear there. But overall, this is a VG Plus record. It'd be a great listening experience. And that's what records are all about, man. Enhancing the listening experience. That digital stuff is so compressed and second, third generation recordings. That's why we love our vinyl. All right, again, let's go ahead and grade this cover. This is a 75-year-old record and cover. 75 years old. Just let that sink in for a minute. I mean, yeah, it's got some slight ring and corner wear. Every records from the 1990s have that, for heaven's sake. Oh, it still boggles my mind how well somebody took good care of this stuff. But anyhow, VG Plus all the way. Slight ring and corner wear, we're good. Phenomenal. And it is, as somebody just loves music and loves vinyl, it is my honor to pass this on to you in a way. It can be in your hands next. All right, we can continue here. Jimmy Swaggart, who is Jerry Lee Lewis's cousin, I believe. Yeah, they were cousins. And boy, didn't they have two definitely different lives. Well, anyway, let's not get into Jimmy Swaggart right now. But anyhow, his records really don't sell that well. But we're going to give it a try and see what we got here. There's not a big giant demand for Jimmy Swaggart records. And that's not showing up. So let me put the name Jimmy. GME. All right, here we go. No, that's not it. All right, here we go on the bottom. So surprisingly, there were 5 different pressings of this. Four. And this is old enough that it actually has a listing for the 8-track version of that. 1972 is when this was released. All right, so we want the JLP, which is going to be the stereo version. Now we have an opportunity here to, we have a difference in the album covers, apparently. So let me back this up one step. We're looking for Jimmy standing in the front. This apparently is a reissue. No? Hold on, nope, it's not. The one thing that's going to help us identify it, if you've been here long enough, is it's the numbers and letters that are etched or stamped into the dead wax. And Jim has his own prefix, Jim LP 109, and then XSBV 1A. All right, so here we go. Again, it's a U.S. pressing. Pink and red. That's the color label. It's a variation. Apparently, there were a couple different layouts of the label for this release. Cool deal. Music today, every day, supplied by SiriusXM. Today's the classic vinyl channel because we dig our vinyl. All right, again, like I said, there's really not a whole lot of value in the Jimmy Swaggart albums, not to judge or underestimate his talents and what he gave to everybody. And the records aren't working real well, though. But I see a few small scratches. We're going to give this a VG Plus grade. This side here is near mint. This side here, a couple scratches. So please get it in there. All right, let's grade the label. There is some handwriting here on the front cover. Somebody wrote their name and the date that they signed this, 1974. Why do people do that? But anyhow, the overall condition of the cover has nothing to do with the value of the whole package, but I do notice some ring wear and some corner wear, some slight. And then we will, of course, add that we have a name handwritten on the front, or handwriting on the front. Handwriting on the front cover. So I'm a little surprised. I mean, this record was brand new, $4 or $5 in 19, now probably $2 back in '74. But it has increased in value. I didn't think it would, but it's now valued at $6.36, meaning there's not a lot of copies, versions out there, especially in this good a shape. So it can be more of a part of your collection, something unique, maybe a novelty of some sort. But you can find it right there, pooltracksrecords.com. Another Jimmy record. I think we might have a few here. Yep. This is the Jimmy Swaggart segment of our program. By the way, we're going to be here till about 4:30 today. I got, if you're a big fan of rock and roll, there's a band called Jackal. And Jesse James Dupree and the Worley Brothers and Roman Glick, the bass player, they're in town. Longtime friends of mine. And anytime they're in town, we get together before the show. We have a few cocktails. We rock out for an hour and a half. Then we hit the tour bus and we drink a lot more. We only see each other twice a year, so we got to make up for lost time. So anyhow, we have another This is actually from Jimmy Swaggart own record labels, Jim Records. Nobody else would sign them, so he put his own records out. JLP. If you have any questions about what's going on, the chat rooms are always open. We got an email address, bolttracksrecords with the X at gmail.com. Any questions? If you have something you want us to preview, we'll do that for you. All right, so we're looking for Jimmy Swaggart, Songs from Mama's Songbook. You know, usually it's recipes from Mama's cookbook, but this is from Mama's Songbook. I wasn't aware that Jimmy Swaggart came from a musical family. Well, I take that back. You know, his cousin is Jerry Lee Lewis, so I guess it's somewhere in his family. All right, first things first, let's match up the label. Everything's looking good so far from a distance. Turn that over. Look at side 2. All right, I'm happy with that. Gives us some numbers here in the run out. Again, Jim has his own label, so his name is Jim in the prefix. Simple number. We got it. Got it. All right, so let's nail this up for sale. I'm not quite sure how many records Jimmy put out, but apparently there were a few given the catalog number. And he was the only one on the label, catalog number 117 on this. I doubt he put out 116 records, but it probably started with number 100. Anyhow, rating of the vinyl. Excuse me, had lunch a little bit ago. Just a small scratch here. This record has been played. You can tell because it's thin vinyl, first of all. And the thinner the vinyl, the easier it is to add a groove to it. And if you're putting a diamond stylus on vinyl, that diamond cuts glass, you know. So it is going to show, a slight groove wear, but nothing extreme by any means. But it has a few small scratches, so we're going to give it a VG plus grade. Look how flimsy it is. This is of the era of the early 1970s when there was oil embargoes, and they couldn't get the materials needed to make a thicker records back then. So they did the best they could. That's why most of your records in the early 70s are pretty thin. But they still don't break. All right, so we put the grade VG Plus on the vinyl. Now let's grade the cover. Get in there. Come on. Finally. All right, another, obviously this came from the same collection because this name's here. Same as the other one that we just saw. But again, like the other one, it's clean top, edges, corners look good. There's a ring wear. You can see it on the back there. But VG Plus all day long. Handwriting on the front cover. There's Jimmy. All right, we'll go ahead and add that to the ever-growing inventory here at Bolt Tracks Records. And yesterday we spent the day creating some more space in our buildings. And we're going to have plenty of cool new things coming very, very soon in the new year. So anyhow, Happy New Year to everybody. I hope you have a terrific 2024. As we close it out here live from Clearwater. This is the Jimmy Swaggart Singers. Now, the one difference is this that I noticed right away, that it's not on the Jimmy Swaggart label, but it is a subsidiary of Jim Records. Okay. They got so big they had to have a subsidiary. And I think basically what this does is this releases music from other artists that are on his label. Instead of being on Jim Records, that's just for Jim himself, I guess. So anyhow, we're going to put in the keyword Jimmy because I'm not seeing anything. Here we go. Shiloh Records. We're going to just only be able to check the label and see if everything matches up there because there's nothing descriptive of what's in the dead wax or the run out. All right, that matches up. Here's another record that has never, ever been sold on either our website or discogs.com. So again, that's why I'm going to pay a little extra attention to it, just to make sure I'm giving it a laser-focused grade. It could be one of a few in the country. I do see a small scratch. Basically, that's in the dead wax, but it does scratch into the final track here on side 2. This side, same thing, just that one scratch. I don't know how that happens. Maybe it got into the dead wax and they tried to reset it or something. I'm guessing, talking too much. But anyhow, VG Plus will be the grade for that. Hold on. Let me load this up real quick. But again, it's never been sold on our website or discogs.com. So again, we'll put it in VG Plus. And again, that's going to determine the overall value is the vinyl alone. It has nothing to do with the cover. But we still let you know. There we go. Some clown writing their name on it. Front of the album cover. Come on. This thing has got a little bit of wear. I mean, I can see some of the top edge wear, very slight. Corners, same thing. The back, though, you see, because it's white, you're going to notice the ring wear a little bit more. And as I said, somebody wrote their handwriting on the front. Anyhow, we're going to get that grade A VG. Very good. I mean, you can notice some things. You know, it's the slight edge corner ring wear. And then that bloody handwriting on the front cover. Do it somewhere else, please. Not on the front cover. Not up here yet. I'm not gonna call you out because I see your name there. I'm not gonna call you out. You may be watching. I should call you out, but I'm not. So it's just me babbling away here. Randy is off on his way. He's entertaining an assisted living facility today as they celebrate New Year's today. They were going to celebrate at 3:00. I can't wait till I get that old. All right, so here we go. A couple albums. Ain't got nothing inside of them. The first things first, I'm going to see if we have a copy of this Doris Day album in stock that does not have a cover. And then we can match them up. We don't just throw these things away. We actually have an inventory of our collection of empty covers. We've got about 3,000 in that collection right now, and I can go find anything I want in 2 minutes because it's right here behind me, really. All right, so with this Doris Day Christmas album, we're not looking for pressings or anything like that. We just need something that matches this generic, well, not generic, but this is going to be the cover you find on every one of the pressings. All right, so I am showing nothing in our inventory. So what we're going to do, I'm going to put this aside. I got it stacked back here. When we don't have the cameras on, I'm going to go ahead and start inventorying covers that don't have an album. And hopefully down the road or somewhere in this batch, we'll be able to match them up. Excuse me. Oh, this one goes back here, right? Oh, those are just fronts. Right on. All right, once again, thanks for joining us. We are here in Clearwater, where it's still a little chilly. That's why I'm wearing the sweatshirt. And by the way, that's the official Bolt Tracks Records hoodie that I got for Christmas. And then I got the Bolt Tracks hat. We got T-shirts. Hit the website, bolttracksrecords.com. Click the shop button, which is on the top left. And then another window will come down, hit merch. And you'll see all the different things. Pretty neat. I like it. We're heading into the branding era. All right, so we dealt with Doris Day. Let's find maybe we got a record for this. This is one of those Goodyear Records releases, CSS. Or Firestone. Yeah, Goodyear. Goodyear and Firestone both did them. CSS 888. I mean, think about it. It was car tire companies putting out records back in the day. All right, the various songs of Christmas. We want this to be volume 8, and it is. So I'm going to look up all versions. Again, it doesn't matter what pressing it is. We happen to have 20 copies, and right away I see one that does 2 that don't have covers. So here's how this works. I'm going to go ahead and set this down real quick. I'm going to pull up a inventory sticker. I'm going to click the version that I see here that does not have a cover. And that'll give me its inventory number. And it's something that we recently have put in, judging by the SKU number that I see here. 2905. Now what I've done is I'm going to stick this on here after I give a description of this. And then once I get some downtime, I'm going to go just match these things up, and then I'll update the inventory online at that time. Right? No, great songs of Christmas. And I'm going to give, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it its grade right now while I have it in front of me. Um, it's a little bit of edge wear there, a little bit of corner wear, a little bit of edge wear there, a little bit more. But basically, it's just edge and corner wear. Hold on. Noticeable edge and corner wear. There we go. All right, so like I said, I'm going to put this, attach it to the cover itself, and then I'll go marry this up and we'll get some downtime. Actually, I've got about 70 records. I need to get to work on that. I've got 70 records back here that I need to get matched up. By the time I get to them, they may be sold, for heaven's sakes. All right, it's that time. We're on a break, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey there, folks. Thank you to Mr. Grinch for filling in his final days. I need to get a new bobblehead. Anyhow, if you're out there, thanks for watching. We are here at Bull Tracks Records in sunny Clearwater, Florida. It's turned out to be a nice day. Excuse me. But yet I'm still wearing my Bull Tracks hoodie because it's lovely apparel. And it needs wash now, apparently. Never wear clean clothes when you're grading vinyl records. It's worthless. It really is. Fruitless. It's fruitless. All right, so what we're doing here is showing off our expert vinyl record grading skills. I might be a little extreme. First of all, I'm just show you the condition of this. You can see something on there. We'll get into that here in just a minute. First, we need to identify what it is we're looking at. That's the first step of this process. So this is going to be an original RCM pressing. 0500. Let's see. Okay, the golden. Where'd it go? It was there for a second. There it is. All right, I had to write in the golden. What we need to do first is make sure that, first of all, this is the only release. Wow. So this is going to be pretty much cut and dried. I still want to make sure that we have everything accurately identified, including the cover, the label, the text, the layout. Everything here matches up perfectly. So that's a sigh of relief. All right. So we need to grade the vinyl, and I said let's hold off on that for a second. I mean, you can see there's smudge marks all over. Guaranteed, this record is not going to be $1 million or anything like that, but I certainly want to see what kind of condition it is, and those smudge marks are not helping my case. So I got a little water bottle down here, add a little moisture. Nothing gets up fingerprints like a little moisture and a cotton rag. And that's exactly what had happened. And what that does is it unveils just, the exact, most accurate grade I can give. I see just a few small scratches on here. And again, I got to quit putting it up there because you can't see it on the screen. It should be up over here somewhere. Oh, right there. And again, you can't see it. But that's my job to find these things. The other side was same condition. Let me get those smudge marks off of there. Make sure it's wet there. And again, always go in a circular motion with the groove. Let that rag get into the groove and pull out any dust that might have accumulated in there. Make sure you dry it off properly too. Again, going in the motion of the grooves. And again, it shows off a few scratches here. One at the dead wax. I don't know how that happened. But see how much better that looks now? Overall, I'm going to give this, let me see if I can get that to move first. Hold on. I'm spending way too much time on this record. I'm just trying to show you, the process that goes into grading records properly. I get a lot of people out there that just take the job because they think it's cool. I happen to have a vested history in the music business, so I take it a little bit step further. Okay, just a few small scratches again towards the end, and a few in the dead wax. I don't know how that happens, but overall a VG plus. Yeah, nope, I can't. This scratch right here is just a little too heavy for me to give it a VG plus grade. That's why I spend time looking at these things and cleaning them up. I'm going to find these imperfections. I'm good at finding imperfections, even in my relationships. But anyhow, yeah, so given such, I'm going to give it a VG grade instead. Anytime it's a borderline situation, I always pick the grade below. I undergrade. Again, I'd like you to be open to sing up and say, whoa, that's better shape than I thought it was. Or I'd rather you say that than, well, come on. I don't need that in my life. So anyhow, time to grade the cover, which again, if you're just joining us, has no bearing on the overall price or value of the whole package. But we like to grade them and let you know exactly what you might find. A little corner wear right there. Right there especially. That's noticeable. Overall, again, because of that that corner wear, I'm going to give it a VG grade. But we do have, like I said, some noticeable corner wear. Edge looks good. No, we're going to give it 2. So overall, really not in bad shape at all, especially for a record that was put out in 1965. This thing's 61 years old. Wow. 62 years as of Monday. Happy New Year, everybody. We will be not here on Monday. Actually, we got a big New Year's Day jam session planned at one of my buddies' houses. There's about 15 of us that are going to be showing up playing various instruments. I'm going to be bringing my bongos that day. I'm going to handle the percussion end of it. Maybe we'll find some video of that for you. Anyhow, moving on to our next project, Tennessee Ernie Ford, one of the great inspirational singers. And what a voice he had. Tennessee Ernie Ford. What was a TV show he used to be on all the time? It wasn't Hee Haw, I don't believe. All right, so we found 2 different pressings of He Touched Me from Tennessee Ernie Ford. I'm going to go ahead and copy this in case we got to use the catalog number again. This is on Word Records. Tennessee Ernie Ford released his records on a lot of different labels, a lot. This was one of the first ones. Word Records was specifically a Christian music distributor based out of Waco, Texas, I think. Yep, Waco Records, or Waco, Texas, I should say. So we're looking for the stereo version of this, and the stereophonic, I should say. Look right there next to the spindle, the word stereophonic written twice. Again, that's an indicator that we're looking for because there were mono releases of this as well. This is 1977. People were still borderline whether they had mono or no. I guess everybody had stereo turntables by 1977. I know I did. So onward, we've got to make sure that the label match, we did that. We need to make sure that the numbers in the dead wax match up. Okay, circle number 1, we got it. All right, so we can move forward into selling mode. And we need to grade the record. This was owned by a fan of Tennessee Ernie's because it has been played. It was just not a part of somebody's collection. But it wasn't played often. And it was very well cared for. And subsequently, I'm going to give it a VG plus grade. So, anybody out there? I can't tell. If you are, thanks for being with us. I'm just going to yap whether you're listening or watching or not. All right, so I noticed one thing as I try and stuff this back into the jacket is we have a slight seam separation here at the bottom. Now, again, the condition of the cover means nothing to the overall value, but I just like to point these things out so you're not disappointed when you come up. This is what I would call a clean split. Let me see if I can get that in the camera. Basically, it's just this is where these things are glued together. Every record is done like this. But here in the South, with the humidity that we have, sometimes that glue kind of dissipates and lets loose. I consider that a clean split because literally you could put glue in there and make it look brand new again. If it was torn or ripped, that would be a different story. You can't fix that to make it look like that. Does that make sense? I hope it does. But anyhow, given that, I'm going to give this thing a VG. VG grade. All right, number 1, we've got the slight clean seam split, bottom right, and then some noticeable, hold on, noticeable ring edge and corner wear is what I meant. Talking and typing at the same time, that doesn't work for me. I tried. Anyhow, that's how that works. We'll go ahead and add my name tag to it so everybody knows I'm responsible for this, and then crunch some numbers. Oh, there we go. Just hit the send button, so it'll be about 5 minutes. You'll be able to find that on our website, which is always over my right shoulder. As my guiding angel. All right, by every 10th record, I need to put an inventory sticker to better assist our shipping department in locating your product. So let me add this number real quick, 2869 158 361. let's move on. Apparently, we got a couple Tennessee Ernie Ford records here. Drifter, who's that? Marty Robbins coming up. A couple of them. But anyhow, spirituals. Again, he was always singing the inspirational spiritual songs. Every album from Tennessee Ernie Ford was that way. And hats off to him. Now, there's a very simplistic catalog number that I don't suspect is going to work without me putting Ernie's name in here. Yeah, let me do that. Ernie, because I can't spell Tennessee with one finger. All right, we're looking for the spirituals. All right, so I'm going to really quick filter this out. There's going to be only 22 different versions of this that were made, pressed in the United States, whether it be an album, a reel-to-reel is one of the listings here, an 8-track, a cassette, no CD version of this. But again, those were the times, 1957, there were no CDs. But again, this was released in 1957. Let's dig in and see what we got. Here's something that's cool. Wow. I don't know if this is a part of the package or not, but this is a neat promotional piece. It's made out of cardboard. Interesting. So this basically, you would put this in your front window. In the old days, if you wanted your laundry picked up and had it dry cleaned, from Gloucester, Ohio. Now, this is not, I guarantee you, this is not a part of the album package. This is a really unique piece, though. I like this. I wonder if I put this in my front window tonight, if I'll get anybody to pick up my laundry. Because I don't like doing laundry. We're going to save that. That's a very neat thing. I'm glad we found that. And you'd be surprised at some of the things we find in these albums. I found the birth certificate one time from 1955. We tried to locate the people because also in there was a couple canceled checks with an address. But I spent about 2 hours one Saturday and I was unable to find it. So I apologize if that was you. All right. So again, there's a lot of pressings of this. Spirituals. Holy cow. So yeah, we're going to, no, I take that back. There's not that many mono versions. So let me try this first. What I'm going to need to do is memorize what's here in the runout. T1 F30 is going to be the key. Again, we're specifically looking for the mono. F30, that's not it either. Show me the way. I doubt that this is a repress, but I've been wrong before. No, it's not. Make sure again, that's the F30 it is. We're running out of options, so we got to work quick. That's not it. That's not it. T. All right, we're running out of options. We got 2 more. And knowing my luck today, it's going to be the last one. Wait, F30. There it is. Well, it was second to the last. It's a Scranton pressing, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Hide all my fellow. Nope, now the label doesn't match up. There is a slight chance that we are not going to be able to match this one up here today. Oh, I take it back. Here we go. F30. I told you it would be the last one, didn't I? I specifically said, you watch, it'll be the last one. And that's exactly what happened. All right. Let's move on. Here, again, this is another record. We've had a bunch of these in this batch. It has never been sold either on our website or the Discogs website. And if it hadn't been sold on one of ours, those two, it's probably never been sold. So I really need to wipe this thing down. Again, this is only going to be, maybe a $2 record. But hey, it's Tennessee Ernie Ford. We got to pay respect here, right? All right, so anyhow, we have identified it by the runout numbers, by the labels. Everything matches up. Let's put it up for sale. And like I said, nobody's had one of these for sale. And it's probably because of the pressing, being a Los Angeles pressing. But overall, I mean, I see enough scratches. No, I don't really. I'm going to give this a VG+. I really am. Give it a chance. I mean, there's a couple scratches on here. Again, that's the definition of very good plus. It's been played. but well cared for. Well, I just cared for it pretty good. But anyhow, yeah, we'll go with very good. Cover's looking to be like a VG plus to me. I'm giving it the once over here. I mean, look how smooth the edges, corners are. Just some slight ring wear. And again, this is from 1957, for heaven's sakes. Yeah, slight corner wear. That's really all I see here. Bingo. All right, but we got a wide variety, every genre: spiritual, Christian, country, rock, death metal, punk, alternative, country, Broadway shows, Marty Robbins. We got it all. Check out the website right there, oldtracksrecords.com. Get your vinyl fix right there. It's been a lot of fun seeing the vinyl coming back the way it has, and to be a part of it now too. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself. A key that we're going to be looking for here is the Columbia 2i. Camera angles in me don't work. There's two things on it. They call that the I. Sometimes it'll be a 6i. Sometimes it'll be black print. We want white, but let's get started here with the catalog number. 527. Got nothing. Here we go. The Drifter. Marty Robbins way at the bottom. All right, first step, make sure we got this label matched up. Boom. That helps. Now let me make sure that the track listings are all laid out the way they say they are. Cool deal. All right, we got a match. Check the numbers here in the runout. These are stamped. That helps. That's a match. All right, here's a record that has sold recently within the last 30 days. So there's still a demand for the Drifter from Marty Robbins, as recent events will dictate. All right, so we need to grade this thing. I'm seeing a bunch of groove wear. Again, go circular motion with the groove when wiping it down. All right, I made that groove wear go away. So it wasn't groove wear. Just something that's probably into the groove that I was able to pull out. Again, this is one of those situations where this is a borderline between VG Plus and VG. There's just some elements of it that aren't settling well with me, especially here on this first track. I'm not real sure. It's not coming out. It's not scratches. It doesn't look like any kind of groove wear, for heaven's sakes. But because of little things like that, I'm going to tag this with a VG, very good grade. Talking about my generation. All right, the cover here again has nothing to do with the overall price. Everything is based on the vinyl, the condition, supply and demand, things like that. But this is wow. This was put out in 1966, my friend, and that thin wrap that they put around it's still on there. 57 years later, it's still on there. I find that hysterical. But it's got, the typical trappings of a record that has the original shrink. Everything else is good, but over here that right edge has been exposed, so there's some wear there. And there was a price sticker somebody put on it. Doesn't say what store. And this record was $2.87 whenever they put it up for sale. I mean, ever years ago that was. 57 years ago, probably. All right, so overall, I'm going to give this a very good plus. We got the original shrink, got a little right edge wear, we got the small price sticker. And again, the price is clearly on there, $2.87 in 1966. All right, now it's got a value of $11.25. Another testament to the increasing value and the long-lasting values that vinyl brings. It's pretty cool. And think about all those vinyl records that you hauled out to the junkyard and the curb whenever you got your CD collection filled up. I know a lot of people did that. Well, there we go. That's how we do it. All right, my name's Bill. We're here till 4:30 today. So we got about another hour and a half to go. No, about another hour. Another Marty Robbins record. Again, the key looking for the Columbia 2i and with the white text. I am never, this camera that bears backwards. This one's over here, over there. I don't know. It's somewhere. So let's start first with the simple catalog number 2448. What God Has Done. Right there, Marty Robbins from 1955, I'm going to guess. 65. So first off, let's see. Again, match the labels. And we got the 2i, we got the white text. We got everything in line as far as track listings. Any indicators are all good. Now we need to grade this vinyl. So 59-year-old piece of vinyl that looks like this. All 59-year-olds wish they could look this good. I see one scratch after I get the dust off right here. You'll never know it's there. You just won't. But that's part of my job, is to find these imperfections and guide you in education before you make your purchase. So VG Plus, that close to near mint, really. I mean, consider one side is near mint. The other side's got one small scratch that you're not going to notice. You can thank me later. So anyhow, yeah, VG Plus is the grade we're going to give that overall. Golden years. All right, good looking cover. Again, the typical, it's been open. This is going to get a little more attention than the other parts. There's that price sticker right there. I'm going to give it a VG Plus, though. Run for the shadows. Cool here. All right, so let's crunch some numbers. We'll get that up. You'll find it on our website here, boldtracksrecords.com, in about 5 minutes. Ooh, I still like this. This is cool. I'm going to have to find something to do with that. And I'm sure I will. All right. This is one of the original pressings, RCA Victor. You got Nipper the dog. That's the regular dog. That's not shaded. That's not white. Just the regular dog. But there is an interesting layout here as far as how they have the catalog number from most of the RCA Victors. So this may take a little bit. 3542. Just going to put in the catalog number. Distant Drums from Jim Reeves. Shows about 5 different pressings. A couple from Germany and the UK. That's not what we're looking for, though. So I can filter that out quickly. All right, so we want the RCA Victor. Let me quickly check this runout number. I'm pretty sure this is going to be an Indianapolis pressing. So let me do a quick check. Again, just based on my experience in doing this. See, I'm glad I did that. Most times, whenever you do the runout number, it'll have a prefix, which is going to be the record label identifier. Then it'll have their catalog number, and then it'll have like a pressing plan information. In this case, 1S. And the first thing that we looked up was a 1S. And 9 times out of 10, the 1S is going to identify with the Indianapolis pressing. So it was just either a good guess on my part, or I actually knew what the hell I was talking about. I'll let you be the judge. Got some Jimi Hendrix coming up here in just a second. I recognize that voice anywhere. All right, so we need to come up with a condition, a grade for the condition of the vinyl. Again, it always bugs me when I see things like this. I mean, it's typical, and it's almost every record almost, it seems. But this scratch goes this way. So you can both see it. Goes this way into the label, across the dead wax, and over here. And it's a pencil thin hairline thing. I don't know if you can see it up there on the TikTok one, I know. But again, it's not going to affect the playing surface. It's a little shocking to see that. But again, just even given that, that's the only really imperfection I see. So we're going to give it a VG plus grade. Almost kind of jolted me out of my seat. Like, what? All right, so let me pack that one in here. Got another cover that's got some ring wear, some corner wear, some edges are good. Yeah, edges are in real good shape. Again, here's a record that's 57 years old. Going to be some things wrong. You can see some slight ring wear. And this is where it's most evident. Most of these 50s, 60s releases all have this white background. It's not like it have bold colors like this. But that's where you can more evidently see the ring wear, any stains that might be on there as well. But it's all about the slight stains on the back is what I'm going to address it as, but still slight ring and corner wear. Overall, I'm going to give it a VG+. Corner wear, what was the other thing I said? Oh, slight stains on the back. Back cover. My nose is itchy. I got to scratch it. All right, so we've done all the homework, all the due diligence. Let's go ahead and add this to the inventory here at Bull Tracks Records. Dan, thanks for joining us. My name is Bill. We hope you guys have a happy new year. Be safe on Sunday night. It is amateur night. And then we'll see you to start 2024 on Tuesday, January 2nd. You know, most people will be watching football January 1st. I hang with the crowd. We have jam sessions. And we got a big one planned for Monday, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All right, 4850. Starting another project. I'm adding a simple catalog number. And I'm looking for Kismet. There we go. The original Broadway cast. So, yeah, we've got some Broadway records here today, too. I'm seeing a different... Hold on. I'm seeing a different catalog number on the cover, but what's most important is what I see on the label. So we're going to stick with the ML and not be scared off. But what I'm thinking is this may be a Canadian catalog number, and this may be a Canadian cover, but this is here made in the U.S. That's a lot. That's a lot of information, isn't it? All right. So we're looking for the Columbia 6i label. And generally, it's got a gray label with the black highlights and the white Columbia on the top there. That way. So let me make sure the labels match up before I dig further. They don't match up. So let me back it up. We're going to have to use the search engine. Need to whittle this down to, only 19 versions here in the U.S. A lot of, okay, I see the issue. Okay. So anyhow, we're looking for the prefix ML standing for the mono prefix for Columbia back in those days. I see this OL, which I see on the cover. There's a lot of these editions on here, but again, what's on here is what's important. And we may not be able to make a match out of this. Hold on. All right, I take that back. Hold on. Must have 6i. Here we go. All right, this has the 6i logo. There's going to be a few tracks that are listed above the spindle. And one, I want to make sure that is accurate and matches up as well. So, all right, so this is not going to match because there's one track above the spindle, but not here on the example that I'm looking at. Let's see if I got another chance to match this up. What? Okay. So the answer to the $1 million question, Bill, are you going to be able to find a match for this? The answer is no. Of the U.S. releases, there are only 3 of them that use the ML prefix. One of them's a promo version, so that strikes that out. I would know if this was a promo copy. I would. That's all we got. That's a little disappointing. Hey, but it is what it is, right? So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to put this up for sale on our website. And again, look how great shape this thing is from the 1950s. I'm going to set this back here. I'm not necessarily going to give up on it yet. Not yet. But as far as brevity and time restraints here, I'm going to pass on that till later. Ooh. We're all about, keeping a good pace here with the show. And it seems like a show, doesn't it? All right, so again, Columbia Masterworks. It's a simple ML 4060 catalog number. With these particular series of records, a lot of times they're in 2 or 3 different colors: orange, green, and blue backgrounds. We're looking for the orange one, but we also need to make sure that we find the green label that matches with it, or at least that's how this package is put together. So I need to put the student prints in here. All right, and the chocolate soldier, that would be it. All right, so I see a red version right here, right away. But that's not going to be us. That's a Canadian pressing, and this is made in the U.S. Again, ML again is the key, and then color of the cover is going to be vital. All right, that's not a cover that we want. We don't want that. All right. All right, the issue we have here is the only thing that they are showing is basically the yellow cover, not the red one. It does show a green label vinyl, but it's not helping us out. Now, it does show a Canadian version, but no, that's not it either. So, this is another one that we're not going to be able to put up for sale. And I've seen this with a few of these masterworks. And again, it just comes down to the color of the cover, because there are some websites that we are associated with that if everything doesn't match exactly, we can get flagged and sent to internet prison and things like that. Why is this not going in? See, this may not even be a match. There it is. But again, we've seen a few examples like this, so I'm not surprised. And the stack of records I have down here that we have not been able to identify is getting pretty damn thick. All right, much like my head. All right, I need to take a quick chew here. Oh, we had one of these the other day. That was pretty cool. Kind of the stuff that's coming up. Give me about 2 minutes and we'll get back to the fun for the final hour. Let me move this too. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman she been doing to me? Can't you see? Can't you see what that woman What's happening, folks? You get to see me burp. How cool is that? Where else on the internet can you find me burping other than here at Old Tracks Records, huh? All right, so back to our duties. We are grading vinyl records that we're adding to our collection, our inventory, not our collection, our inventory, here at Bull Tracks Records. So we're hitting the home stretch. We got about another 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And then it's party time. And we hope you have a great weekend. And most importantly, hope you have a great 4th of July. Be safe on New Year's Eve. It's amateur night. I've never been a big fan of it. So anyhow, we're not finding anything with a simple simple catalog number. If I put 30 by 30, we find it. All right, so let me first see all the versions because there's going to be different pressing plans. I tell you what, I see the run out here in the dead wax area clearly. Well, not super clearly, but enough that I'm going to put it in and cut down on our search here. 135229, which is the catalog number. Now we need a pressing plant. and it shows 2. So let me copy this number real quick so I don't have to do it again. Which is, all right, one of the things that I need to see is a T that signifies a terahont. That's the first example that it's showing me. There it is, right there. There's our T. Terahont usually will always just have a T, and it'll be somewhere near the run-out number. This one's a little further than usual. You can't see it. I don't know why I'm trying to show you this. But again, let's make sure the label matches up. I don't think that's going to be an issue. See, side 2 is what we're looking at. All right, so let's go ahead and add this to the inventory here. First things first, we got to grade the vinyl. This has got some static dust on it. Some glitter, for heaven's sakes. Where'd that come from? And anytime there's glitter involved, it sticks around forever, it seems, doesn't it? Anyhow, wiping it down just to make sure I get an accurate read on this so I can give it a good grade. I'm going to give it a VG+. There's a few slight scratches here, but I don't even know why I'm showing you. Well, it's because it's part of the demonstration process, right? Anyhow, VG+ is the grade we're going to give it. Boom, boom. Again, to give them credit, we're listening to Sirius XM Classic Vinyl because apparently we like vinyl. And we make it a big part of our daily lives. All right, I'm just eyeballing this thing out. There's some slight ring wear on here. You can see it below the boot there especially. But man, look at that. Edges are good. Corner's good. So I'm going to give it a VG Plus with the ring wear. We jamming. All right. So it's as simple as that. Let me see. We don't need an inventory sticker quite yet. There's a box set. I'll tell you what, I'm going to set this on the bottom for now. I'm not ready for it. All right, so apparently there was a shopping store called, or a restaurant called Sandy's. And a lot of times back in the late 50s, early 60s, they would always somehow find a way to associate themselves a brand, whether it be Firestone, Goodyear, Sandy's restaurant, in this case, would associate themselves with Columbia special products and get their logo everywhere. I mean, it's there on the bottom where my finger is. I don't see it on the front, and that's very surprising. But again, this is a picture of downtown New York, and I'm sure that there wasn't a Sandy's in downtown New York. Right next to WABC TV, right there. And again, there's the Sandy's logo clearly on the top of the label. So that's kind of like what they call product placement. A lot of these movies, you'll see them drinking a Coca-Cola or a Mountain Dew. Well, Coca-Cola or Mountain Dew paid for that. That's part of the process of how they make money and how they pay for costs at movie sets. But anyhow, let's first find it here on the website at Discogs. XTV. I'll tell you what, I see the run-out number. I'm just going to use that immediately. 95558. And then it's a 1B. And again, this is like the VIN number of your car. It helps us almost immediately identify it. It's going to be found in between the dead wax, in between the grooves and the label there. And again, it took us right to it. So we're all about efficiency here too. All right, so we've already matched that up. We need to make sure the labels match up. This is usually not an issue when there's only 1 or 2 pressings. I believe in you. Hold on. I need to make sure the track alignment, there's a few tracks above the spindle. I make sure that is matching, and it is. So we can proceed. Again, we've had a bunch of these over the last couple of days. Records that have never been sold on either our website or the Discogs website. And that means there's probably not a whole lot of copies out there. Let's find out first. Boom, boom. Hold on one second. All right, well, there are a few copies out there. What this is telling me right away is that this really isn't a very popular record. But people still, just because it's not popular doesn't mean you're not going to like it. Most of the records I like are not popular. Have you ever heard of a band called the Swimming Pool Cues? out of Atlanta, Georgia. One of my favorite bands of all time. I have every one of their albums, including the Deep End, which is my favorite of them all. But anyhow, what we're doing is grading this, so you know exactly what you're getting when you put that in your checkout. I'm going to give it a VG plus. I mean, there's some slight scratches, but obviously well cared for. And again, because we're spending way too much time on this record. I'm acting like it's a rare copy of the Beatles' White Album, for heaven's sakes. All right, I'm checking out the cover while I'm doing this. I'm seeing slight edge wear, corner wear, ring wear. I mean, it's there. It's noticeable. But still pretty good shape. I'm going to give it a VG grade. Noticeable. Good deal. That's how easy it is. We make it look easy, I guess. Let me close this out real quick so we can move on to our next project, our next adventure. Again, my name is Bill. We are here usually Monday through Friday, 10:30 till 4. We will not be here Monday, obviously, because it's a holiday. It's not like we're getting paid, but we're still going to take the day. All right, the key here is, again, the Columbia 2i with the white, well, it doesn't have any, with the 2i label. That's an original pressing. But again, I saw the runout number here real quick, so let's just use that. XLP 58420. One thing about typing with one finger, you're always accurate. Always. I didn't take typing class in any school. I've really never needed to type at all, but I do what I can. All right, so we're looking for the 1K runout number. So the label pretty much is guaranteed to match up. We do have a track that is above the spindle. We get that matched. Cool, let's go. Now, we've identified this record again specifically by the label. It's any indicators on here. Most importantly, we exactly match the runout number here in the dead wax. This may be a little surprising in the value of this record. You'd think it would be a common record, Ray Price, Nightlife, but apparently it may not be. So give me a moment to do a little extra. I'm going to have to get this moist. I got my little squirter bottle here. Sometimes you need a little moisture to help lift up any fingerprints and things like that. And again, just always go in the motion of the grooves or the direction of the grooves. Make sure after you apply any moisture that you wipe it down so that you see the shine, the gleam in the vinyl. Wow, this came out good. Now, like I said, there was a sign on the website that kind of, I suspect, might make this a pretty pricey record. And given his name is Ray Price, why not? I'm going to give the same treatment to this B-side. All right, basically what I've done is I've taken a record that I suspected at first would be a very good record, which is a good grade, but we've just made it, we didn't make it, we assisted it in regaining its luster to be a VG plus record. And whatever imperfections I've seen, including 2 little hairline scratches over here, that's all there is on this record, one here. But it's nothing that's going to affect the surface play at all. So let's move on. We've already identified everything. I'm going to give this a VG plus grade. That's what I'm going to do. And get it back into the cover. Now, we try to save as much of the original packaging as we can, but sometimes these inner sleeves, especially these plastic ones, aren't really savable. This one is. Again, this is 60 years old, for heaven's sakes. It's allowed to have its imperfections, right? All right, we got it back in our cover. Wonderful shape, just noticeable ring wear, especially on the front. You can almost, there's some paper loss. But because of that, I'm going to give it a VG grade. We'll put in there noticeable ring wear. All right. So here's what I wanted to bring up about the price. Again, this is not exactly his biggest seller, but Ray Price was a certified bona fide star in the 60s, without a doubt. I know my parents listened to him extensively. But this record, apparently, it's in demand. There's a lot of people that want to have it in their collection, and we happen to have a copy of it right now. As such, this is going to drive the price up. Now, again, this is released in the 1950s. It would have been a $1.50 record at most. But the supply and demand part comes into play here. This value now is about $61 for a Ray Price record. So I'm going to go ahead and this is not a price that I've determined. We've utilized the machines, the number crunching machines here at Discogs.com. It takes into consideration comparable sales, how many are out there for sale, how popular it was. All the elements are all added together to determine these prices. And again, this was a $1.50 record, is now worth $61, he said. That's like a 300% increase in value. And it's been played. It's used, for heaven's sakes. But again, it just shows the resilience of vinyl, how it will continue to improve in price as the years go by. They're not making any more, kids. All right, so when I get a record that's this good, I need to put a cover on it. I want to make sure something this good stays this good. And I got a whole bag of these big, thick covers under my desk. I also got some vodka shots and some fireball shots down there. We may hit those soon. Now, when I get home, that's a whole other story. But again, we're going out tonight to see a band that I absolutely love, and I've known these guys forever. A band called Jackal, a rock and roll band out of Atlanta, Georgia. I've known these guys since before they were famous, but that's a whole other story. But we're going to be doing some partying tonight. That's pretty much the theme of every weekend. We're going to be partying tonight. We got the jam session Monday. We'll be partying. All right, so right here, look at this. Ugh. See all that? I mean, that's real. That's not reflections in the light. That's real. And basically what that is there's been some moisture, apparently, and there has been. I can feel it with my fingers on this album cover, and it's cardboard. And I can feel, just as I rub it, I can even feel dust coming off of it now. So this is what it is. This is dust from the inside of the cover. It doesn't have a plastic sleeve or anything. It was just up against that cardboard, and that's just cardboard dust, really. And I'm going to show you how easy that cleans up. I don't know. Yeah, I can do it on her thing. Again, I'm going to need a little moisture, and we could all use a little moisture, right? I wish I was always moist. I do. So go with the groove of the vinyl. Again, this thing went from yuck to yummy real quick. Yeah, make sure you get it dried off, because those elements that you're lifting with the cloth are still sticking to it, and you just need to make them go away. Like I said, look at that. It went from yuck to yummy in no time flat. If I cleaned up a little bit more, I might even be able to squeeze a near mint grade out of this. And look what we started with, for heaven's sakes. So, again, I'm wasting a lot of time on a record I don't need to, but I do need to get it clean so we can accurately grade this thing. And if a record ever slips through any of our fingers and ends up back here in the inventory in not good shape, we inspect every record that we sell in our shipping department, and if we feel it needs a cleaning, we have record washers back there. Everything is put in a nice package. Give me 1 second here. At the very least, this is going to be a VG Plus record. I'm just looking for a reason. Okay, there's a couple scratches here. And again, you're not going to see them. But again, look how that cleaned up. And all because of the dust inside of here. But what I'm going to do now is separate those two and make sure that dust does not touch this record again with a brand new paper sleeve, I should say. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. But we still haven't even found this record. I got so busy wanting to clean it up. That's the ADD in me kicking in. All right, so we're looking for Norma Jean, Heaven Help the Working Girl. That's her. I suspect that this is going to be a reissue, just given the updated RCA Candom label. And the color, I think it's going to be a Rockaway pressing. Again, I'm just guessing. Let me first look up the Indianapolis pressing. Okay, we'll go with that. Indianapolis, that's close to Rockaway, I guess. But that's just a label. We need to make sure that the numbers in the dead wax match up too. UCRS5S, UCRS5. That's pretty good. First one we looked at. All right, so again, this was released in 1968, and they were even doing kind of reissues back then, because that's an updated RCA label. But again, if you remember the cleanup job we did on this, we're going to be able to probably say this is one of ours. Now, I do see a small collection of scratches here. That's at the very end of track 4 on side 1. Can't really figure out how that happened, but those scratches are there. The rest of it's super clean. Yeah, I'm going to give it a VG plus. Happily give it a VG plus. And again, we're not going to let it touch that cardboard again. I'm not that inhumane. So we're going to give it a brand new paper cover to keep her clean for the rest of her days. Norma Jean. All right, so let's get this back inside the cover where it rightfully belongs. Giving an eyeball to the cover, it's not VG plus by any means. I see some slight paper loss right here in the middle on her cheeks. There's, excuse me, there's ring wear, there's some corner wear, some stains on the back. Overall, I'm going to give it a VG grade. I mean, still, the seams are all solid, not split. All right, slight ring and corner, and then slight paper loss on the front. Paper loss, front of the cover. So we're switching hosts right now. Fred's going to take it for the rest of the weekend. Apparently not. I tried to get him in here, but he didn't want to do it. So now let's move on. We'll add this to the inventory here, bolttracksrecords.com. And it'll be there in about 5 minutes, I think. No, I do know that. 5 minutes. So we just got a couple new ones he put in here. Fred is into the 12-inch singles big time. And you'd be surprised at the value and the insane prices they're getting for some of these 12-inch EPs, the extended play, the 12-inch maxi single, whatever they call them. They call them all those different names. But the value of those things is sometimes shockingly surprising. Shockingly. All right, so we got, let me look here real quick. I got timers on everywhere. We got limits, man. If we go over a certain time, then, we go into overtime, and I'm kidding. No, I got some things I need to get into here shortly. So I'll tell you what, give me about 2 minutes, and then we'll get back and wrap up the final hour of the fun here at Bull Tracks Records. Let me slide that over there. I got to get another stalker. Here we go. I got this over here. I'll just prop this over here. Enjoy some Aussie. Hey, man. He's back. Excuse me. Get ready to hit the home stretch, the final broadcast, I guess, of the 2023. Good God, is it really going to be 2024 on Monday? I still haven't gotten over Y2K yet. I need to catch up. Anyhow, my name's Bill, the ringmaster here. We are the vinyl junkies at bulltracksrecords.com. Excuse me, we're showing off our fine art of grading vinyl records, how we do it, what we do. So first of all, on something like this, we're just going to take a basic catalog number and enter it. I don't believe there's going to be too many options for this release, but I have been wrong before. So basically, sometimes it just takes greatest Western hits, and that's all I got to put in there, really. And this is volume 2, so let's pay attention to that. Now, unfortunately, there's, more, at least 10 different pressings of this. So let's cut to the chase, get right to what's called the run-out number. Excuse me, it's here in the dead wax area between the grooves of the music and the label. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but we have new viewers all the time. Excuse me, and I'm still burping from lunch, which was 2 hours ago. 48421. Now I'm adding the catalog number. Ashley's found it for us already. So apparently the different run-out numbers for different pressings, which is kind of unusual. Usually it's the last 3 digits and letters that signify the pressing plant, but this one identified it for us. The only thing that this does not do is identify which pressing plant it came from. Now, here's another example. We've had a few of these today. We had a bunch on Wednesday. These are records that have never been sold on either our website, bulltracksrecords.com, or discogs.com, which is the universal, the Wikipedia, the home for all vinyl junkies. Lots of information in there about your records. If you ever have any questions, we'll answer them, or you can look them up yourself. But anyhow, so when there's not that many, or it's never been sold, it means one of two things. Either there's not a lot of copies out there and people have them or hoarding them, or people just don't give a crap about this record. Anyhow, I'm giving a crap. I'm showing it some love. I want to get this cleaned up. Now, I can't do this to every record. I certainly can. I'd be here all day. And I'm already talking too much. So just let me match up the labels. Oh, and we missed that one. Wow. Hold on. See, I thought for certain that I had the right number in there. I didn't save that, did I? I did. Oh, I did. No, I didn't. All right, so let me back it up again. That's just it. I get to yapping and then I forget what the heck I'm doing sometimes. All right, so there's going to be a few we're going to have to go through here. Bear with me, please. I need the Columbia 2i. There it is. So let me make sure everything's in alignment on the label. One. Nope, that doesn't work. This one has all the titles below the spindle. The example I just saw has 2 titles above the spindle. So what a great way to close out 2023, huh? All right, that's a 6i. That doesn't count. That doesn't work. And again, we're looking for the mono version. 6i, that's not us. That's why it's easy to kind of click through this real quick, because again, I'm looking for something incredibly specific. And I needed everything below the spindle. That didn't work. I'm trying to hurry. All right, so here is a situation that I don't like being in. Out of the versions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versions that we've looked at that are eligible, I am unable to exactly match the label. It's something that's small. But people care about that. You know, you see a picture, you expect it to be that when it shows up. Let me just look one more time. Again, so I hate to do this. We're not going to be able to do anything with this record. Hard to believe, too, because it's a Columbia release, original pressing with a 2i. But we did our best. we can't force it, right? All right, so here's that big box that I was kind of looked over before. It's got some paint on here for some reason, but it looks pretty good shape. One of the good things about this box is it slides outside, and it'll have an inner box if I can get it out. There we go. There we go. And again, this box looks really good, except for that paint on the back, but we'll set that aside for now. And then everything here should be in its own inner sleeve, and it is. So this is a product of the Columbia Musical Treasuries collection. This is the original inner sleeve for that. And I guess this is the lead one. No, that doesn't fit this one. Nope, that's not it. So that cover doesn't work. Let's make sure this part does. Country favorites for country music. Well, great country stars, great country favorites. All right, this is what we got. So at least this matches up. Let's first find out what we're looking up real quick. I'm going to put the catalog number into the search engine here at Discogs, 137967. And basically this should take us to what I thought would take us right to it, but it's not. Boy, this is no way to finish off the old year. That's not working, man. Oh, jeez Louise. Great country stars. Wow. It would be real depressing to find out that there's nothing for this. And that we're spending all this time on it. Oh, wait, let's get rid of that first. There we go. So I'm having to put the entire title of the album in here. And that's the only way we're going to get it, I guess. All right. So this is a 4-disc set. I need to find American pressing. There's going to be 2 or 3 different variations of the labels on this. There's an all red with black text one that I've seen before, and then there's this one, a little more classy looking, I guess you call it. But we got to make sure we're getting the proper one. Why am I not seeing the correct numbers here? Bear with me, kids. Everything that I've seen, there's a T. No. There's a Terre Haute pressing. Because I see the T's. It's always going to be a bold T that's going to be a little more bold than the stamp or the etching. Interesting. No, a red label. We got one more option here, kids. Hold on. Keep your fingers crossed that we have a winner here. Thank you. All right. Finally, we found exactly what we're looking for. And so much so that even on the stock photos, it still shows the Columbia Music, that one, Musical Treasures. It shows that inner sleeve. So that's all original. All right. That, again, took a little longer than we thought. So let's go ahead and make sure we check the runout numbers. It doesn't give us an option to do that here. But again, it's not like we're going to have a break the bank kind of thing here. We need to check the conditions. Remember, there's 4 discs here. We'll start the first one. I see a small scratch here, but enough that, I'm immediately going to give it a VG plus grade. Now, the remaining 3 discs need to be the same condition. Why are there 4 discs in here? Hold on. There's 4 discs in his total. Why do I have 5 of them? Give me just a second here, folks. Okay, I see what the problem is. There are 2 different covers or 2 different labels for this release. Remember I mentioned a red label and that wasn't it? Well, this one here is the traditional one. But when I dig up the remaining 4, they're all the red label. So this is an extra that is actually a part of this set, but it has a different label. Whoever had this before has really put some thought into it. But this one's going to be kind of an orphan for right now. I want to just set it back here for a moment. So we could have to retrack and go back and make sure that we pick out the red labels. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, so let me see all versions, red labels. That was very interesting. But again, we pay attention to details. We'll click an extra button if we have to, just to make sure we're getting exactly what you say you're getting. That don't work for me. Now, again, we did notice the T in here, so it's a Terre Haute pressing. Now it matches up. All right. So let me make sure everything on the label matches up. Two, one more. Hold on. Boy, that's not working real well. It's pretty fuzzy pictures, but yeah, we got it. All right, now this is a collection that has never been sold either on our website or the Discogs website. Although there are some copies out there, there's really not much of a demand for it, is the bottom line. But we're still going to treat it like a king. I'm going to give it a VG Plus small scratch right there. That's not a hair. Two of them. But again, still an exceptional listen. But now, again, the rest of them have to follow in the same, either be VG Plus or better. But we've already kind of set the tone of where we're going to go. Now, this is a VG Plus as well. All right. So we're still on track. That's just amazing how that other record ended up in there. VG Plus, yep, still plus. Now, again, with these records, usually I'm dusting these off. With these box sets, these things are airtight almost. So you really don't see any evidence of surface or static dust in it. Okay, this is all VG Plus all the way. I mean, this side's near mint with a few scratches over here. But again, if it's that close or borderline, I'm always going to pick the lower grade because I will not overgrade anything. All right, so let's get it back into its airtight box here. This box is, wow, super strong. And this was put out in 1968, for heaven's sakes. And it still looks brand new. I mean, look, these edges are pristine. This is a 57-year-old box. These box sets, they get beat up, especially on the corners. They get beat up real easily. All right, let me get this going here. Again, this never been sold on our website or Discogs. This cover, I'm going to give it a VG Plus. Just some slight corner wear. But again, look how solid this is. Make sure that the spine with the title is pointing out. Now, here's an issue. I forgot about that. That's just some paint that is not coming off. No, that's bubble gum. It's been there. I mean, I'm going to give this a VG grade, but as you can tell, it's just whatever that is on the back and maybe a slight corner wear here. All right, slight corner wear. And then bubble gum. Foreign object on back cover. That's what we'll put. Somebody's going to see that and think, what's a foreign object? Well, between you and I, that's what a foreign object is. I thought it was paint, but it looks like it's somebody put chewing gum on there and just let it stick forever. I'm not going to touch that again. In fact, I should go wash my hands. Really? Shouldn't I? All right, we're getting it here towards the end. Yep, hold on a second. Like I said, we got some big plans tonight, partying with the band Jackal, who are here in Clearwater with us. Right. Get ready to wrap wrap this up. Once again, on behalf of all of us here at Bull Tracks Records, we hope you have a terrific New Year's Eve weekend. Be safe. Drink all you want. We'll be off Monday, but we will be back Tuesday to begin the new year. Again, thanks for joining us. See ya.